339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. We are almost halfway through the week, the beginning of the halfway point, hump day, Wednesday. Stiles and Watkins taking up to 2 p.m. Nate Littlefield behind the glass for us today as we break down all things NBA, specifically with the Kings. Our goal is to have the Mike Brown presser live and the Monty McNair presser live. That's at 11, Monty McNair at 11:30. If anything changes, we will let you know, but we plan on airing those straight through. If anything changes, we will just air them later in the show. Huge day for the Kings at 3:30 p.m. We'll be gone, but Drive guys will be here to announce whether or not Malik Monk will get canged and not win Sixth Man of the Year. He deserves it. We have some sound from a future Hall of Famer that also believes he deserves it. But, Chris, it is a real possibility that due to, what was it, 10? It was just 10 games. He lost this thing in 10 games. If he loses it, he would have lost it in 10 games to Naz Reid, who during those 10 games started majority of those games. That is the most Sacramento Kings way to lose out on something I've ever heard.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. I mean, it's breaking the spirit of what is the Sixth Man of the Year award. I've heard a couple people say, it's the best player that comes off of the bench, not necessarily the person that comes off the bench the most. I completely disagree. I think the spirit is the person who came off the bench and impacted the game the most. To me, it's a really simple award to vote for, and I just don't understand how it couldn't be Malik. But you look at some of the early returns and some of the projections for how this vote is going to shake out. It looks really, really close. I don't know how you could figure it out beforehand, but it definitely seems like when we do get the official tally, it's probably going to be a really, really close one that ultimately gets decided by because they do kind of layer the voting process where first place votes count towards a certain amount and second place votes. And it's probably going to end up coming down to who has the least third place votes. And I think that probably benefits Malik, as I think you can't have him more than one or two or less than one or two in this. So we'll see. It's definitely going to be an interesting night. And if things don't go Malik's way, you're definitely going to want to tune into the Drive guys at 3:30, because something tells me Whitey and definitely Drapes is definitely going to have some things to say about that.
Yeah, and speaking of the Drive guys, Bobby Marks,
that's right,
who is the NBA front office insider for ESPN, outstanding interview. Shout out to the guys yesterday. Outstanding interview on the Drive guys. That we will have that for you at 12:15. If you missed it yesterday, 12:15. Bobby Marks, all the questions that you've had on Malik Monk, the capology. We said, hey, we're going to get a capologist on here to figure this stuff out. And we did it in a day, thanks to the Drive guys. Yes. 12:15, we will have that for you if you missed it. And if you just want to hear it again, that is at 12:15. We will break down all of that. Also, whether or not the Kings underachieved, we will discuss that for you as well. 12:45, later in the show, biggest what if. Biggest what if for the Kings. I know on a lot of these shows, we sit there and we say, we can't say what if because it doesn't matter. Well, the season's over anyway.
We can say it now.
So let's have some fun with it. Biggest what if of the season. It could be if Malik Monk doesn't get hurt. It could be if Kevin Huerter shoots the way he shot last season. What is your biggest what if from this season? And then 1 o'clock starts our NFL Niners coverage, as this is going to be,
I'm
Chris,
nervous.
One of,
nervous, let me tell you,
this is going to be one of, I think, the most exciting drafts as far as trades that we have ever been a part of. Maybe not in the history of the drafts, but I mean, it's definitely going to be top 10. There's so much movement. Nobody knows what's going on, and we'll bring it back home around 1:30, 1:45, and give our case as to why Malik Monk should win. So plenty of things, but I want to start here, Chris, before we get into the games from last night, because I complained about this, and I know we don't like to complain, but I complained about this when the Kings had that terrible stretch when Kobe Jones got hit in the face. against the Celtics and there was no call. When SGA traveled and there was no call. But on the 2-minute report, and then De'Aaron, they ended up saying that De'Aaron's son's call was a correct no call. De'Aaron disagreed. But the 2-minute report and how it's completely useless, I call it the my bad report. Yeah. And I started thinking, I see Christopher Lard still back there in the glass. I started thinking, as far as soccer is concerned, could you add a point system to add to the 2-minute report instead of just saying my bad? Because what comes out yesterday,
saying like rewarding points?
Something. Because what comes out yesterday after the Sixers go down 2-0 and the Knicks, the fan base is rocking, their Madison Square Garden's rocking.
12.
The 2-minute report comes out and says that Brunson fouled Maxey. Okay, and then later on, 3 seconds later, Josh Hart fouled Maxey, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. They're still down 2-0. Yep. They still got to go to Philly down 2-0. What is the point of the 2-minute report? I don't understand.
No, I mean, it's a terrible look. Like, I think the point was to show some sense of accountability, but I think, sometimes the actual practice of that leads to a lot of other circumstances that you weren't accounting for, and I think this is one of, like, the fact that you acknowledge the mistake just makes it worse. Like, it makes you feel worse about it because, like you said, well, now I know that you got it wrong. You're confirming you got it wrong.
Right.
And I also know that you can't do anything about it. Like you said, they're still down 2-0. There's nothing they can do. If they lose the series in however many games, like, they're going to look back at that and say, what a turn point that could have been. We could have split the series. We could have gotten a road game already, taken care of business at home, and it could have been a 3-1 series and an upset for Philly. So it's a really, really big turn of events. I don't know what the league should do about it, though, because I guess just stop releasing them because they don't help. They don't help. Point. I guess maybe if you're one of those people who believes any publicity is good publicity, like, we are talking about this game for an extra day than we may would have beforehand, but I don't think that juice is worth the squeeze of getting the criticism of your referees are messing up in real time. And it felt like a bit of, this is in the Garden in New York, the things that we listed yesterday. Like, I think there was a lot of not peer pressure, but pressure in that moment to have things go well for the Knicks because you have that fan base coming, literally in front of you, and they're raucous and all of it. I think that it's a really bad look for the league, and I don't really understand what the point of continuing it would be.
I understand that they're trying to say, hey, we're always in the business of trying to be better. So we are acknowledging that we did make a mistake, but it doesn't help anything. And I don't know, even the point system that I played with, I don't know how that works in the playoffs, because my idea was some type of point system, and once you it would just be added to the record, right? So once whatever amount of points that gets combined with your record. So let's say the Kings, they get to stay in 7, because of the points, they stayed at the 7 seed, even though they lost that game. Something like that. I made it off a whim.
Okay. So instead of win totals, it does turn into soccer points.
It would be both, but I don't know how you do that. But I don't know how you do that in the playoffs. There's no time. It's a series, so I don't know how you do that. But what I do know is that it does give credence to what LeBron James said. It gives credence to what Joel Embiid said after the game when he's saying it's ridiculous, when LeBron saying I just watched this, and everybody is everybody that wanted, or maybe not wanted, the Knicks to win, but if they wanted the Knicks to win or just were impartial, they were, Chris, they're calling it prison ball. They're calling it prison basketball, and maybe it's cool in the moment, but it's affecting how these games end. And the reason I think it's grinding my gears is because that's never going to lend itself to help the Kings. That's literally what De'Aaron Fox was talking about. It's never going to help the Kings, okay? Sure. The Kings are never going to get the benefit of the doubt unless they're playing a market that is smaller than Sacramento, which doesn't happen too often, and you probably shouldn't be in that situation anyway. Portland, whoever it is, but if it's and that's exactly what happened against the Pistons, and that's why Monty Williams had said, we're trying to do things the right way, but everybody knows we stink. The refs know we stink. Right. We go to Madison Square Garden. Of course they're going to get the calls. Of course they're going to get the calls.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, it's just the reality of the situation. Like, unfortunately, it's something that everybody knows that you have to deal with in sports is if you are one of the smaller markets, you're playing 5-on-6 and it's become a joke. But I do think, the league is trying to be better and more even about it for sure. But I think at the end of the day, these referees are people and they definitely have their biases. And I don't think that there's any way of getting around that. And you're right. Like, it's never going to benefit the Kings probably ever, even in an OKC series. I don't know if the whistle would ever, feel like it's leaning one way or the other. If you have two small market teams, I don't think the NBA
talked
cares
about
at
Shea.
all. Yeah.
They talked about Shea. I think it was Mike Brown talked about Shea and how, hey, these guys that have more star power.
Yeah, for sure.
De'Aaron doesn't get those calls.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's just not fair. There's nothing you can really do about it but play through it. And, that is the one benefit, I guess, of the Kings play style. We talk about all the time how they're not, they play with integrity. And I think that will lend itself well to those kind of situations you're talking about. If you're used to, and De'Aaron does definitely, make his case, state his case for a lot of foul calls. But I think for the most part, they're a play through it kind of team. Like, Sabonis gets hit in the face all the time and he just plays through it. So I think that's just the mentality you got to have, because we've seen weaker minded teams fold and they get upset and they let the referees get in their head and they let it affect their play. If you're a team that just understands going into the game, you're not going to get the whistles. I think that's going to lend itself well to a team like the Kings that just kind of plays through, understands that contact happens, and if the call happens, it happens, but they're going to continue to play on.
When we return, continuing the conversation, there's also an insane Nugget stat out there. If the Kings are looking for this blueprint, this would be outstanding if they could capture this in the future. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner can help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, when you buy one bottle, you can get one bottle free. A great deal to help you go a great deal farther. Find Chevron Techron and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any one of our 6,300 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Crazy Nugget stat here, Chris. Since acquiring Aaron Gordon in March 2021, the Nuggets have never lost a regulation game against a Western Conference opponent at home in which the starting five starts and finishes the game.
Wow. Okay. That's insane. I mean, it's a little bit of a cherry pick, but it's still a good number. I mean, it's still something they're
38-0. 38-0.
I think if the Niner fans could hold on to Brock Purdy was undefeated or whatever in games that he started and finished.
They did. Up until the Super Bowl.
Up until that. Yeah, exactly. But, I think that's a fine stat. That's absolutely insane, but that really does speak to that's multi-layered for the Nuggets. I mean, it is a sign that trading for Eric Gordon truly was the thing that set them over the top, but that's also, we talked a lot about that elevation yesterday. I think it's also a sign of that when you are a really good team and you have that guy that sets you over the top and you become that championship team, that's one hell of a combination. A ridiculous team with a ridiculous home court advantage.
Elevation.
Chris
is going elevation on us.
That's the combo.
Did not see that coming. Let's open up the phone lines here as we discuss the 2-minute report and how De'Aaron Fox can get the benefit of the doubt with the calls. And I have some ideas, Chris, and I'm going to run by the audience. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop, 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, Edward, what you got for us?
Well, on the 2-minute report, number one, we all remember that was put in when Donahue was a corrupt official, and they wanted to reassure the fans and the bettors that at least things were going to be watched more closely.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a good reason for it. However, because of the nature that something happens in the last 2 minutes and you don't know what would have happened after that, so you can't change the outcome, there is one game that I know about, and it's a Kings game. It's January 25th, 2016, home against Charlotte. The situation was the Kings were the hottest team in the NBA under George Karl. They just were coming together. They'd won 6 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
They had this game at home, and then they went off on a long road trip. Game went to double overtime. DeMarcus scored over 50 again. But with 2 seconds left, the Kings were up 2. A rookie for Charlotte shoots a three-pointer at the buzzer. Makes it. Everybody walks off. The Kings walking off, heads down, dejected. Vladdy's there. He doesn't say anything. George Karl had been undermined by Vladdy. He doesn't say anything. But the next day, the 2-minute report says the shot went after the buzzer, shouldn't have counted. Now, in that case, an enterprising GM could have called Adam Silver and said, look, this one you could change because that was the last shot of the game, and it shouldn't have counted. Nothing else happened. So I would say you should call the commissioner and ask him to look at this game, look at the play-by-play and the way it happened and say, shouldn't that game have been one that was changed?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Edward. That's interesting because in that specific, and it sounds like, because we did this, Chris, and I just double checked, we did this a couple weeks ago. The last successful protest was in 2008. And Shaq was involved.
Right,
that's how you know
yes.
that was a while ago. So, yeah, Vladdy, nobody went on to protest that game, which seems like it could be an obvious win because it's just a shot after the buzzer.
Right.
This Knicks-Sixers situation, I have no clue what you do or what the league would do if it was regular. You even talked about it because of the traffic. That's why this point system that I've created in my mind, I have no clue how it's going to work, but all I know, or how it would work, but all I know, you can't go back and replay, okay, the 37 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if it's between coming up with a point system that I haven't even nailed down and what you're saying as far as just not talking about it anymore, like Fight Club, we just don't talk about our mess ups. You might be onto something because people would just say that's playoff basketball.
Exactly.
If it's not playoff, is it playoff basketball or not? Because in the moment it's playoff basketball.
Yeah.
That's why you didn't call the fouls. But now you have a 2-minute report coming out saying that there's no such thing as playoff basketball.
Yeah.
They should have been a fouls, but clearly there is such a thing. Yeah. That's why you didn't call the fouls.
I mean, yeah, I think exactly what you just said. Like, this is playoff. Like, the shot literally happened, I believe. It might have not been in that arena, but again, against the Knicks, the last time anything even remotely close to what happened in that game happened was the Reggie Miller shot where he scored 6 points in 8 seconds or whatever it was. There was controversy that Reggie Miller pushed off on that play, which got the steal to happen. They didn't have a 2-minute report. They didn't review that. That just was a part of it, and you just forget about it in time, and it just becomes this magical moment that nobody ever talks about, the fact that there might have actually been a foul on that. So to your point, in the past, this has just been might have been a foul, but it wasn't called in the moment, and the moment happened, and so you got to live with it. The Jordan push-off, same thing. Like, Jordan pushes off Byron Russell, he hits the shot. Like, should we go back and look at the 2-minute report and say, actually Michael Jordan did push off, and then the Jazz actually did win the Like, I don't know what we're supposed to do.
It doesn't do anything.
I think it should just be might have messed up in the time, but why do we need to acknowledge it? I just don't see what is the win in acknowledgement. That is the question that I think the NBA needs to answer is, what is the benefit of acknowledging our mistake besides the fact that maybe it gains public trust with 2% of our viewers?
Yeah, and
Like some people like transparency. I get it.
Right, because they don't do this. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. There's no version of this in Major League Baseball or the NFL.
Right? Like they don't go back and say, actually, I saw Juan Soto the other day got struck out and not a single pitch was inside the strike zone. Like
the problem with baseball,
don't acknowledge that.
They don't have it. We're trying to save paper. The baseball, there's you be using too much paper with all the missed calls. Football, why do I feel like in the NFL they do come out with something sometimes? Am I just making that up?
I honestly don't know, but it's definitely.
I'm thinking about
it's not
Saints,
as publicized,
the Saints
right?
thing a couple years ago.
Right.
I feel like something
that might have been
out.
so egregious that it was mentioned.
Yeah.
But, I feel like if there is a version of the NFL 2-minute report, it's not as publicized. That's for sure. Like, I don't think it's as like the NBA communications Twitter page, which is public to everybody. They just release it. Like everybody has access. I don't know if the NFL does have their version of a 2-minute report. I don't think that it's public because you don't often see anybody talk about it. I guess you could also argue in football, there's not the immediate, last play of, because I feel like every last 2-minute report of a Hail Mary game would say, yeah, there was some pass interference in the end zone. Like, so I just don't think that it really exists.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. And real quick, I did want to bring up De'Aaron Fox and some of the stuff that happened towards the end of the season, because this isn't fair what I'm about to say, Chris, because it shouldn't be about this. But when you play in a small market, you have to power through some of these things. And we've talked about this before. It's a crazy statement that I'm about to say, but when you discuss brands and things like that, I do think it matters. And I'm not saying De'Aaron has to do this. He can do whatever he wants. But I do think that when you look at some of these other stars, as stupid as it sounds, these refs are affected by that star power and the fact that everyone knows that SGA is cool and he's the creative director for Converse and everybody knows Anthony Edwards is just a walking meme and everybody loves him. You got Jalen Brunson, who is already in New York, right? So when you look around the league at some of these other guys that are getting better whistles than De'Aaron, either they're in a bigger market or they have that star power that De'Aaron hasn't eclipsed yet. It has nothing to do with what he's doing on the court. And we know De'Aaron mostly cares about what he's doing on the court. And it's a crazy statement, but I do think, to your point, that these refs are human and they know a lot of these refs got kids. My kid loves Anthony Edwards. This stuff matters. I don't know that I'm saying De'Aaron has to do this stuff. I just don't know how it changes if he does it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got to put the onus on the ref too. Like, I'm not going to act like De'Aaron. That's
what I'm saying. It's a ridiculous statement
that
I'm saying, but it feels like that's the reality we're living in.
Sure. Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. That the only way to change it is it's like the chicken. Like, how do you get the calls?
Yes.
If you're not a star, how do you become a star if you don't get the calls? It's a weird thing to try and balance, but. I think De'Aaron just needs to put more pressure on the referees, and I think it's unfortunate to say, but he needs to drive the lane and lay on the floor and ask for a foul, and I think he'll get it more times than not. But this year was probably a little bit of a special case because of how many threes he decided to take. I think that definitely took away from his free throws, but you could argue the entire team. I mean, it's not just De'Aaron, but Malik didn't get to the line that much this year. I don't think Sabonis, definitely not Harrison Barnes didn't get to the line nearly as much as he did this year. It's definitely a Kings wide problem, but that also ties in just with the Kings specifically. They got to hit their free throws, which is a whole different segment.
De'Aaron did say that. I really like De'Aaron's exit presser, and we'll continue to play clips of De'Aaron all the way down the roster here this week, next week, the week after that. Long off season, but we got you, and we're going to make it as exciting as possible. When we return, I got to apologize to Chris about Club Phoenix. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. Well, the legend of Mason Miller keeps growing, and what a place to showcase his talents than Yankee Stadium. After the elbow injury last year, Miller has made the transition this year in a big way from starting to relieving. His 8 fastballs in the first game of the series averaged 102 miles an hour, including 102.5 to strike out Aaron Judge to end the game.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tug Shed, new Dawn treatment sensors, and Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and the wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at plumaspinesgolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit plumaspinesgolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's plumaspinesgolf.com.
Grab the keys to a new fuel-efficient Toyota. Take on this new season in California with incredible MPG and peace of mind. Toyota has more hybrids and plug-in hybrids than any other brand. So hit the road with fewer fill-ups and legendary dependability. Just announced, get 0% APR plus $2,500 bonus cash, or get the lowest lease payments of the year on the all-electric BZ4X. Toyota. Let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 4/30/24.
Hi, it's Brian from Bennett's Restaurants. Springtime is a fun time. So to celebrate, we created a new menu of our favorites from Baja. Plenty of new food. Enjoy grilled skirt steak, wild prawns with pineapple, fresh sea bass, and Sonoran beef enchiladas, to mention a few. Try our empanadas stuffed with carnitas and cheese. Love shrimp? Try the new shrimp tostada. We make great guacamole and salsa too. Enjoy our newest dessert, Kylie's Churros, with a vanilla cream center. Visit Bennett'sRestaurants.com and come enjoy the new Baja menu today. Eat well, stay well.
Hey, UC Davis fans, Aggie football season tickets are available now. Whether you're coming out to see the dynamic, fast-paced offense under new head coach Tim Plow and All-American running back Land Larison, or bringing the kids out to roll down the grass hills and run on the field at halftime's more your speed, UC Davis Football Games has something for everyone. Secure your 6 Saturday games now with a season ticket package by calling the ticket office at 530-752-2471 or go online at ucdavisaggies.com/tickets. Go Ags!
Were you recently in a car accident? Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Turn to the experts at Gonzalez Law. Our team specializes in car accident cases, wrongful termination, and criminal defense, fighting tirelessly to get you the compensation and justice you deserve. With years of experience and a track record of success, we don't settle for less, and neither should you. Visit SACLegalDefense.com or call 916-304-9187 for a free consultation. Gonzalez Law, your advocate in the fight for justice.
You know what? In this building, you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club. It's thumping techno club music. Thumping
Live
techno
and local.
club music.
Live and local.
Thumping.
This is Sactown Sports.
This will definitely be played.
He'll eat the table.
You know what?
So good.
DJ Bedhead, you just
So
never know
good.
what is going to happen. I don't know when's the last show we've done with Nate where that Stephen A. sound hasn't been played. It's gonna find a way.
It's been months, I think.
It's insane.
It's been a long time.
He shouldn't have said that.
No, he
You got
shouldn't
chefs in New Orleans who love him. They're looking for him.
They're looking for him, man.
You know, and
maybe for him is insane.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe did Carmichael Dave meet any of those chefs?
He must have.
in New Orleans.
He was too busy wearing that bedazzled hat.
Yeah, it is.
He saw the size 15s walk in, and he was like, "Is that Zion?" No. Oh man,
You want some jambalaya? So before we get into my apology to Chris, real quick, we're gonna do more of this in the 1 o'clock hour. Reggie Bush gets his 2005 Heisman back. So shout out to Reggie Bush, and shout out to the committee and everybody involved for getting it right. If you don't think they got it right, we want to hear from you. 916-339.
Last 2-minute report that's ever been released.
Yes. Now that is
That's
a little
a good
bit
one.
different. He will now be invited to all those events. So I think you'll see
we
him
get him in a Heisman House
standing.
commercial?
That would be awesome.
Come
I think
on.
you'll see him standing with the rest of the Heisman winners
Yeah.
during the Heisman ceremony from here on out. If he wants to,
that.
maybe he's salty. Who knows? Who knows? So we'll do more of that in our football hour around 1 o'clock. Also, Mike Brown's exit presser. We plan on having that live at 11, and Monty McNair around 11:30. If we are unable to get them live, we will play them around 12 to make sure that you hear everything from the organization. But I got to apologize, Chris.
Yeah, why is this?
Because it was a combination of things. I know that the Kings played the Timberwolves tough, and essentially everybody thought that as long as you don't have to face the Nuggets in the first round, this is from the Warriors to everybody in the play-in, from the Warriors to the Lakers to the Kings. If you get OKC, and to a lesser degree, if you get the Timberwolves, you got a shot.
Mm-hmm.
If you got the Nuggets, you just don't have a shot. And the way the season ended for the Suns, not that they played great, but they were able to beat the Kings, and then they sneak into that 6th seed. I kind of started to drink the Kool-Aid on them. You've never been high on the Suns.
Yeah.
They weirdly they played really well towards the end of the season and powered through their gauntlet, which was they were healthier.
It was legit.
They were the big three, right? They had all big three. They were healthier than the Kings, but they did play better than the Kings. Started to drink the Kool-Aid, but I'm just here to tell you that you were right, I believe, on and we all do this thing where being down 2-0, you act like they're down 3-0, so they're not done.
The Kings were up 2-0 last year in the playoffs.
You're definitely not done, but just the way they're playing, I think you were right on with the Suns. And I saw something that made me think, wow, is this person talking about me? Because a tweet came out and it said, a lot of people were talking, because Devin Booker said, respectfully, I don't know how they're going to guard us, and they have not broken 100 in the first 2 games of the series. And people said, and this one account that I follow said, a lot of people who don't know ball thought the Suns would work, but us real ball knowers knew the Suns wouldn't work. And I thought,
I don't know.
I'm going to take that as disrespect,
Sure.
but Chris should take it as a badge of honor because you never believed in the Suns.
No, I just didn't think that the others were good enough. I mean, I will also say that Grayson Allen went down with a pretty serious injury yesterday. It looked like he had a high ankle sprain that looked like it was pretty nasty. I don't know if he'll be able to return for the series. You know, I have that working theory that the worse it looks, the better the diagnosis will actually be, but we'll see how that ends up going. You know, that's a big part for them is like Grayson was kind of as crazy as it sounds, like the 3.5. Like he was the guy that they kind of relied on. Of course, Nurkic has had a pretty decent season as well, but I just never saw it with the depth. Like, you know, and this was before I even knew that the Western Conference was going to be what the Western Conference ended up being. But I just thought it was a tough task when, you know, they were signing guys like, you know, Josh Okogie and Bol. And, you know, I thought Eric Gordon was definitely a good signing, but you just look at their depth and it's like, they're going to be relying on fourth quarter Drew Eubanks minutes. And that's kind of the point where they're at right now. And ultimately last year in the playoffs, it was just too much. Denver was a much deeper and better team than them. I wouldn't have thought that that Phoenix would meet this much resistance this early, but you know, I think ultimately it was always going to be a tough task for Kevin Durant, who's 35, 36 years old, Bradley Beal, who hadn't been in the playoffs in, I think the last time Bradley Beal was in the playoffs, he was playing with John Wall and Paul Pierce. So that's how long it had been for Bradley Beal. It was just always going to be a tough task. And then, bringing in Frank Vogel too in his first season, just none of the pieces really seemed to make sense. And I don't take a lot of joy in it. I do think it would have been a lot of fun to see KD and Book make a run because those guys obviously have a ton of star power. But ultimately, I just think that they aren't deep enough. You can't, I think in today's NBA, you can't do I don't want to say the Warriors model, but I'll say more of the Miami Heat, the Heatles model of we have our three guys and then we have Norris Cole, Mario Chalmers, Udonis Haslem, Joel Anthony. Like you can't have three and then everybody else. I think you have to have a team. You have to have a team. Like it's crazy that we're in a time in basketball in which all five guys on the floor actually matter. And then you could argue maybe the two guys coming off your bench kind of set you over the top. And I just don't think Phoenix, they have a decent five when you count everybody, Grayson and Nurkic, but you need more to be the best in the West right now. And I think that's what a lot of teams are figuring out, including teams like the Lakers. Like I think they have LeBron and AD and they're kind of hoping that Rui Hachimura can hit an open three.
It's so fascinating how some teams are just, hey, letter of the law, we run our offense. And then some teams just have absolutely no offense. I mean, the Suns and the Kings could not be more different.
So
the Kings, they're going to run that thing into the ground.
Too.
And the Suns have no plan on offense. Maybe it's a KD possession. Maybe it's a Booker possession. Maybe it's a Bradley Beal possession. Maybe it's Grayson Allen. We don't really know.
Hit tough shots.
We have no clue what we are trying to do each and every time down the floor. And look, maybe I'll rescind the apology. Maybe the Suns figure it out.
That's right.
I doubt it. I doubt it. They're going to win maybe 2 games because of who they have.
Sure.
But now you have people talking about how, Devin Booker needs to be checking Anthony Edwards, and Draymond said it needs to be KD. Someone said KD's 35-year-old self does not need to be guarding, does not need, because that was my whole thing when we had the Suns, we had Suns media on, and they were talking about how does KD still need the accolades or whatever. The more I thought about it, the more that shouldn't even really matter, because Uncle KD, Uncle Kevin should be enough to win. Bradley Beal, Uncle Kevin should be enough to win. If Devin Booker, and we have people at this station, I won't name names, but we have people at this station very high on Devin Booker. Okay, if he's that guy, Uncle Kevin and Bradley Beal is not enough, and Grayson Allen just got hurt, but Nurkic ain't enough. And Devin Booker should be that guy. But Chris, I got to tell you, streets are talking. And you're not going to like this. The streets are talking.
What's the word?
The word on the street is that KD, LeBron James.
Oh, gosh. You're
teaming up.
I don't like this.
With Steph Curry in the Bay.
Oh, my God.
They're calling it the OG Tour, Chris. They're calling it the OG Tour.
They can't keep getting away with this. What?
Are you ready for the OG Tour?
So the Warriors are now on their Laker game where they're starting to work on Photoshops? Is that what I'm hearing?
It was a really good Photoshop, too.
Oh, my
I'm just telling you.
I can't with
the
that.
OG Tour. Would you fear the OG Tour?
I would, but like, why? Why does it need to happen? Why do we need to have the senior tour in Golden State? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why? Like, what is?
Because Steph ain't leaving.
See, but the problem is, there's no way it would be the KD problem again. Like, you couldn't. Steph is the guy. Like, and there's no way. I mean, I think KD is a little bit more open to it, especially since he already went through it. But LeBron James is the son, man. He is the thing that everybody else circles around.
Didn't he say that?
Yes. He literally said, I am the son. Okay. And someone who has that kind of view of themselves is not taking a backseat to anybody, especially not 6'2", Stephen Wardell Curry. Okay. There's no way LeBron James takes a backseat to let Steph have any. But
he wouldn't be taking a backseat, I don't think.
I think in the Bay, it just kind of ends up happening. Like they're never gonna love LeBron nearly the same that they admire. It's the KD problem all over again. And
but LeBron isn't as fragile as KD.
Are we sure?
Not now. I don't think now.
Sure? I think
Okay, but
LeBron's
it's
pretty insecure.
it's fragility.
But then they win a championship, and Steph is still going to always be one up on him.
No, they'd be tied.
Or they're going to be. I mean, yeah, but
They'd be
it's going to
stuck being
be
tied. But
it's going to
if
be
you're
you had
LeBron-
to go join Steph to go make it. Like you're fueling way too much fire.
I'm just saying.
The
I'm
worst
just
people
saying
in
the
world.
OG tour. The streets are talking.
I hate that
about the OG tour.
Well, the streets need to stop.
The offseason
Clean up the
is
streets, man.
alive and well. When we return, Chris is going to be sad
I
if
already
this happens because one of his favorite podcasts might be on hold. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Plus, with free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation today. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Sactown Sports. Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
More bad news for the pitchers as Blake Snell has been placed on the 15-day IL with left adductor strain. They have recalled Landon Roop from AAA. That is per Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. The adductor, Chris, is a muscle in the hip. So this doesn't have anything to do with the arm.
Right.
Tommy John's, which, by the way, Tommy John's, there was a chart that I saw come through, and it said the Tommy John's aren't actually up.
Really?
Year per year. Yeah. So Blake Snell, he got signed late, didn't really get to do spring training, has not been good since coming back from spring training, and is now injured. Hey, you take some swings and misses, and I don't know what is because of what, because now you have Blake Snell who is going to pitch even less because he's injured. And I know that Giants have more guys coming back that they signed, but this has not been the start that Giants were hoping for. But you'd rather be playing your best baseball later in the season instead of earlier in the season.
And Whitey also did warn us that, he watched Blake Snell quite a bit last year, and he kind of did the same thing with San Diego, where started off really slow and then eventually just became unhittable. So I guess the hope is for the Giants that follows the same track line.
There you go. By the way, our guy, Logan Webb, an absolute gem.
I can actually say
last
local
night.
Guy.
An actual gem last night. This dude is coming for the Cy Young.
Ridiculous.
He's a competitor of the highest order. I'm very upset at everyone because nobody sent me a Logan Webb basketball jersey, Giants basketball jersey. I didn't get out there. That was this Sunday. If you have an extra Logan Webb basketball jersey, please send it to me. Please send it to me. All right. JJ Redden, before we get into it, 916 is saying Tommy Johns are not up because they are having them younger and younger before they get to the pros. That's an interesting point, 916. That is an interesting point. And I know a couple guys that had it when I was in college. So
yeah, and that's a weird thing too, where they're saying now it's almost better to get it done early because you're going to get it eventually.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, before we get to JJ, 11 o'clock, we're hoping to have Mike Brown's presser. If we are unable to get it live, we will play it in the 12 o'clock hour. Also, Monty McNair, and I know everybody wants to hear from those two gentlemen. And Chris is going to be sad, as we get into JJ Redick, who is now this is what happens when you talk ball with LeBron James, okay? Shout out Mind Game Pod. JJ Redick is a serious candidate for the Hornets head coaching position and could land another interview. This is per Shams. Shams says, JJ Redick has interviewed for the Charlotte Hornets head coaching job. I'm told he could have another interview soon as well. He's a serious candidate. I don't know this is what we talk about when you talk. You mentioned Lindsey Harding did a great job in the G League. There are some jobs, and I think I could put our job in this category, right? And whether it's anything in media or whatever the case is, some jobs have paths, okay? Some jobs seem to have paths, but they don't really have paths because JJ Redick has not coached.
No, not AAU. I think he coaches his son's basketball team, and his son is in elementary school. So,
and he's a serious candidate because he knows the game and he's never coached before. I don't understand.
It's almost like a version of nepotism. It's obviously not, but it's like we're assuming you could do the job because
it sounds like you can do
some loose relations to the job.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, or you could just, I don't know, maybe hire somebody who's qualified, maybe somebody who's dedicated their lives to coaching and working on coaching benches and have been through that and, no situation. I wouldn't want it. I mean, I don't think, and it has nothing to do with the job that I think JJ could maybe do one day as a head coach. But, I just think that there's the word you use is perfect. There's a path to these kind of things. And I just think in every job, you should have a base layer understanding of how positions under you operate. And of course, whatever.
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
a good
hierarchy
point.
of things. How is he supposed to tell an assistant coach, besides the fact that he was a player who probably dealt with assistant coaches and that's his knowledge of it, but how is he supposed to delegate jobs to his assistants when he really doesn't know what a typical assistant may do or what are some different avenues?
He's never even been on a staff.
It's strange. Like, you can have conversations, but yeah, it's completely different going through an 82 game season multiple times and figuring out how to do it. I mean, I think about Doug. Like, Doug Christie is somebody who I think we would all love to eventually see get an opportunity like Jordy just got. But I would probably say if as the Mike Brown rumors circle, like if Doug were to be offered, Doug's been on that bench for a couple years. I would probably say, like, I would wait a couple more. Like, and he's been there, done that. And I would still say, I don't know if that's necessarily 100% the right avenue, because I just think that there's invaluable experience that you can get by not being the guy in charge, like by waiting and watching and seeing how people deal with things, like how Mike Brown saw Steve Kerr deal with things throughout his time. And he's talked about how it made him a better coach. I think there's still so much that all these people haven't seen until you go through it, like how to navigate. I mean, again, to use Doug or Lindsey Harding as an example, like, they don't know what it's like to get Doug as a player, but as a coach, getting through the second round. How do you get your team to go from one round to another round and properly prepare them? There's so many small things like that you just don't know until you go through it or have seen someone go through it. I just don't understand how you can give somebody a job when they're literally doing JJ, he's doing the job that we pretty much have now.
Yeah, right. He's just on TV.
Yep.
And he's doing podcasts and things like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Nets did this with Steve Nash.
Yes, this is exactly
because he was not on any staff.
He was on a staff. He was like a Warriors consultant.
He was a player consultant.
He would show up to practice and talk to Steph and KD essentially.
Right, right. And I'm thinking outside of the NBA, Jeff Saturday.
Yes,
which went down as one of the worst Raider losses, I think, in the last 2 years, which is saying something.
One of the best Vikings wins of maybe ever. The
sure.
33-point comeback.
Yes. So I don't understand. I don't get it. Maybe he doesn't get the job, but before I got into the industry and even post getting into the industry, every good boss that I've had has had a similar job to what I was doing. Anybody that they just try to place me under and they've never done it, it's just never worked because we can't relate the same way.
Right.
And when you're talking to your staff, JJ, how is he going to build a staff? And then on the other side, maybe they don't think it matters that much. All right, we're trying to confirm whether or not we will have Mike Brown live or not. So let's sneak in Jason just in case we do get it live. What's up, Jason? You got about 30 seconds. What you got for us?
All right, what's going on, guys? Just real quick, I'm pretty sure Larry Bird had no prior coaching experience when he led the Indiana Pacers to the finals in 2000.
Gotcha.
So just wanted to throw that out there. I'll take your mention off the air. Thank you.
No, thanks for the call, Jason. It definitely does happen, right? And that's a great call. We can break down who's been able to pull it off and who hasn't for sure. I think more often than not, it doesn't happen often, so there are not a lot of cases. And maybe JJ...
Also, we're asking JJ Redick to take control of the Hornets, which is not quite an Eastern Conference finalist team, if that makes sense.
Well, like, I don't know where the Pacers were when Larry took over.
I'm more just saying, like, it's a bit of a smaller task to do, I would say, what Steve Kerr did in terms of taking a good team to, okay, let's get over the hump, which is what I assume Larry Bird did, versus... we're going to hire JJ Redick as the Hornets coach. The Hornets are the worst team, or one of the worst teams in the East. We're going to have JJ figure out how to turn this 25-win team to 50.
Like, right. We don't even know if Popovich could fix the Hornets, and Steve Kerr at least was on that staff with the Spurs. All right. When we return, we will have Mike Brown, or you'll have us, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and the wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at plumaspinesgolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit plumaspinesgolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's plumaspinesgolf.com.
Two young fathers are shot to death outside an iconic Utah restaurant.
I said, your dad has been hurt really bad.
The grief was disorienting for those left behind until one choice changed everything.
I just remember writing this letter, and it wasn't me writing it.
Can a personal decision shape generations?
We're all falling for this guy's trick.
I'm Amy Donaldson. Season 2 of The Letter, Ripple Effect, is available now. Follow us at theletterpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Brian from Bennett's Restaurants. Springtime is a fun time. So to celebrate, we created a new menu of our favorites from Baja. Plenty of new food. Enjoy grilled skirt steak, wild prawns with pineapple, fresh sea bass, and a shrimp tostada with piles of shrimp. Or maybe our fresh empanadas stuffed with carnitas and cheese are more your speed. Enjoy our newest dessert, Kylie's Churros with a vanilla cream center. Visit Bennett'sRestaurants.com and come enjoy our new Baja menu today. Eat well, stay well.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton and Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
We are on standby for the exit presser for Coach Mike Brown. We will throw to that as soon as they go live. Chris, in the meantime, pretty interesting situation here with Jonathan Kuminga and the most improved player award. Jonathan Kuminga, I think I saw him third and fourth, so he probably wouldn't have won it, but one of the new stipulations with this 65-game thing, and this is per Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, Jonathan Kuminga, when it came out, Chris, you actually DM'd me because for personal reasons, I was quite interested in who won most improved player. And Chris, you hit me up and said, how did he not receive a vote? Yeah. So a lot of people were confused because, like I said, he was third, fourth in odds. Right. He was right there. Even Tyrese Maxey, a lot of people thought, he was kind of a baller last season. The most improved player thing is just a bit confusing.
It's broken.
To begin with, but it turns out Jonathan Kuminga received no votes because he wasn't eligible for most improved player voting because he only logged over 20 minutes in 61 games, and the minimum is 65. So he played in more than 65, but he only logged 20 minutes or more in 61. And you were telling me, and we were discussing the spirit of that rule is so guys wouldn't check in for 2 minutes and then check out, so they would be eligible.
Right.
But if we were to look at all the games, I know somebody is out there on Warrior Spaces blaming Steve Kerr for this.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think those were situations. I think there were just days where Kuminga didn't play.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. I'll see if I can find that real quick. But definitely it was pretty interesting. And I feel like they really shouldn't, in my eyes, they shouldn't have that rule apply for anything except for all NBA and MVP. Like, do you care? Does anybody care that Jonathan Kuminga in 4 games didn't reach that 20-minute mark? Like, should that really affect him having to win an award or maybe get a contract incentive or anything like that? Like, it just feels like a bit too much. Like, I understand for MVP, for your biggest awards, you definitely would want to have that, but for these tiny, I don't think it applies to sixth man or anything like that, but there's a lot smaller awards that I just don't feel like it really matters. And I'm looking at it now too. Jonathan Kuminga had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games where he played 18 to 19 minutes.
Wow.
So it just would have taken 1 or 2 extra minutes in 4 of those games, I believe, for him to qualify for an award. So it's like, how is that really fair? Like, he played in 74 games, and in, what is that? That's in 12 of those games, Steve Kerr didn't play him 20 minutes, but in 6 of them, he played pretty much 20 minutes. Like, I don't see why. That just feels like it's being too, and I know it's obviously letter of the law, but what are we doing? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Especially for most improved player,
exactly.
award that is already fundamentally, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got a most improved player vote. What are we doing?
Remember last season when Ja Morant was up for MVP and most improved player?
Yes. What does?
And then it became, hey, could it be based on? Because even if it was based on when you were drafted, it was just weird because obviously Kuminga was a lottery pick. Chris, it reminds me of something, and this is like, an unspoken rule. It reminds me of going back to school here in college. There's this unspoken rule, and I don't know if they do it with bigger. I don't know that they can get away with it in bigger conferences, but essentially my last year at Temple, we were in the Atlantic 10 conference.
The A10, yeah.
They were moving to that new conference, the American Athletic Conference, the season after.
Gotcha.
And there's this unwritten kind of shady thing where if you're leaving, you won't receive votes for all
I remember
conference.
this. Yeah. I remember
So
this being a thing.
my coach puts in the names, for whoever you put me in, put my other teammates in,
right.
And we didn't get any consideration because I guess it's just it's just
right.
a part of, you're leaving, so your guys can't get anything, even though we're seniors that have nothing to do.
Right.
We ain't going to be there next year anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't know how they get away with it.
Yeah, that especially it doesn't make sense. And it is like, I don't know, man. Sometimes sports can get in its own way, can try and be too cute. And it definitely seems like this is one of those situations where they just got way too cute. And I feel like I'm just trying to, like, would you rather have seen, instead of Tyrese Max, do you have a problem overall with Maxey winning?
I mean, he balled, but he's right at the line because he was a baller last year.
Exactly. And like, to me, it's, again, I feel like we're getting again into the spirit of the award conversation where you look at the guys who finished after him, Kobe White, like, to me, spirit wise, that's who wins the award.
Yeah. Nobody was talking about him last season.
He loses by 14 total votes. Because he loses by 14 total votes. He's right there to beat Tyrese Maxey. Şengün is third. That makes a ton of sense. Jalen Williams, he was good last year, but going into his second year taking a leap. How about this guy? I would have much rather seen Jalen Brunson get that award than Tyrese Maxey. That makes a lot more sense to me. So like I feel like this whole awards process, and you mentioned your Temple thing as well. Like, it just feels like sometimes with these awards, we get in our own way of just trying to do what the actual spirit of it is, and that's put the best people on the list of those awards, whether it be first team or second team All-NBA or whatever, all conference, most improved, sixth man of the year, all of these things. It feels like we're getting way too cute and just need to figure out how we can get this thing back to the basics.
Yeah. Most improved player. I don't know what type of metrics you put behind it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a threshold. Could it be a threat? Is it
like you have to score more than 3 points per game?
Yeah. Something like that. It's just something that makes
elevation in minute. I don't know.
Yeah. That makes it make more sense. We are on standby here for Mike Brown's exit press conference, and we will throw to that as soon as they go live. While you wait, you could fire up SactownSports.com.
That's right.
The best moments of the season for the Kings, and that was written by our own Joe Giroux, and he went around and asked all of the hosts what they liked the most about this season, what was their favorite moments, and also how you can see Michael Dave's answer, you can see Jason Ross's answer, my answer, Chris's answer, and of course the Drive guys, Kevin, Whitey, Gleason, and Kyle Draper. All those are there. It sounds like we're ready to rock and roll with the Mike Brown presser. All right, let's hear from Coach Mike Brown.
I appreciate you guys, not only for coming out today, but for the entire year. You guys were a lot of fun to work with. I don't see my guy James Ham. I guess he's boycotting me. I don't know. He's going to get fined. Didn't he miss something else? And I got to be careful because he missed something else, and I went at him, and his son went at my neck. He was like, "Hey, don't mess with my dad." So I won't say anything about James, although he should get fined, but we'll leave it at that. No, you guys were great this year, so I want to thank you guys for this year and the time that we spent together so far. But although we're all disappointed that we're not playing right now, there were some good things in terms of our growth that happened this year. I'm proud of our guys. Our guys, they competed, they prepared the right way. They tried to lock in and focus on the details. They continued to try to improve upon our identity, trying to play fast. Obviously, trying to play physical, which really increased, and then playing for each other. This group has been connected from day one, and that connectivity has gone a long way in terms of our growth. And that's a lot of fun to be around. Um, you know, obviously, a few wins here or a few wins there would have had us playing right now. But that's the way the season ebbs and flows. Last year, I think Foxy hit 2 for sure. I think Chicago and maybe Orlando, maybe 3 or 4 buzzer beaters. And, he doesn't hit those. And who knows, maybe we have the same record or we have our worst record. But the growth that our guys have shown this year has been tremendous on both sides of the ball. Defensively, the growth speaks for itself in a lot of areas, especially with us going from, I think, 23 or 25, around there to 14, 15 this year. With the same group of guys for the most part, with a few injuries, our guys grew a lot on that end of the floor. They embraced it and they took off on that end of the floor. Offensively, I thought our guys were good as well. We finished, I think, 13th, and I'm not an analytics guy, so but you guys can fact check this if you want. But we knew that we knew this year we didn't shoot the ball well from the free throw line, and then even from the 3-point line, there was a drop off, and one of my guys brought up the fact that if we shot the ball at the same rate from the free throw line as we did last year, which wasn't extraordinary, it was more than doable, we would have finished 7th in offensive rating instead of 13th. And so at the end of the day, if somebody says, hey, you guys shoot the same rate from the free throw line as you did the previous year, you're going to finish 7th in offensive rating, and you're going to go from wherever we were, 23rd to 14th on the defensive side of the ball. To me, that just shows how hard our guys competed and worked to try to get better, not only individually, but collectively as a group. So I thank them for that because they're a lot of fun to be around.
When you talk about what you were haunted by last season, a Game 7 playoff loss and carrying that pain into the offseason, I'm just wondering from your standpoint, what kind of haunts you this time? Obviously, it wasn't a Game 7, exit for you guys, but what do you think back on this that you're going to carry most into the offseason?
Obviously, your last loss is always your toughest loss, in my opinion. And to lose to New Orleans, especially when I felt we had pretty good mojo going, we had pretty good opportunity, and I felt we improved in a lot of areas throughout the course of the year. That makes it tough to not have a chance to play in a 7-game series. That makes it tough because when you look at the West and you look at how we competed against the West, anything could have happened. The sky was the limit. I think that's how close these teams were this year when it came to on the court play.
Mike, Jordy got announced as the Brooklyn Nets head coach today. I was wondering, for your staff, do you anticipate anybody moving with Jordy over to Brooklyn, and any plan to replace Jordy? Do you think that will be internally, externally? And then Summer League, if you have any idea who will be the head coach for that as well.
First of all, congratulations to Jordy and the Brooklyn Nets. fantastic hire. It's pretty neat to see guys that you either got into the league or or brought to the front of the bench for the first time, and you see them get an opportunity. And I've had a handful of guys that have been able to do that, so it's really neat. And Jordy's story compared to the other guys is really, really unique. I'm excited for him and Kelsey and his kids and his family, and I'm excited for the Nets. But I my first two hires when I got this job. Were Jordy and Luke Laux. And I told Luke if anybody leaves from the front of the bench, I'd move him to the front. So he's going to go to the front of the bench. I'm not sure, what Jordy's situation is or who he'll try to take at the end of the day. That's to be determined. But he and I are close, and we'll have conversations about that as time goes on. What else? Yeah, I'm leaning towards Doug. I think it'd be great for him to get that experience and to see what it's like to, make decisions on the fly and put a practice plan, to be in charge of putting a practice plan together and connecting a staff as well as a team and all the other ins and outs that come along with coaching a summer league team. So I think he might be the only one that, because Luke's done it before. Jay obviously has done it, and he's been a head coach at a lot of different levels before. I think Doug may be the only one that hasn't been in that position yet.
Coach Brown, I do want to go back, talking about the course of the season. Because there were some bad losses to considerably some bad teams, the Charlottes and the Detroits and the Portland. I just want to know how you view that, when you look back on the season, and not to let that happen going into the next season when those games probably could have determined a playoff spot as well.
The first thing I say, Tony, it's hard for me, and not that it's wrong. I think everybody has their opinion, but it's hard for me to think that we're going to beat every team that's not a playoff team. We're not going to go 16-0 versus Detroit, Charlotte, or those types of teams. It's hard to do. The last year that I was in Golden State, we won a championship. Like we had a pretty good team, and Indiana came into Golden State, and I couldn't even tell you who the guys were that were on their roster. They were missing so many guys, and they smacked us. So it's going to happen. Obviously, we don't want to lose to anybody. You hope that it doesn't happen too often. Just like you hope that if you're up 15 or 20, you don't lose games like that too often. But it's going to happen. You've seen it in the playoffs. We've done it to other teams. We did it to Golden State. I think we did it to the Lakers. We did it to a handful of teams. So the ebb and flow of the season is going to bring different things. And, at the end of the day, each game is its own entity. And I don't know if there's one thing I can sit here and tell you now that will encompass all those situations that you're talking about to where next year it's not going to happen. I think there are some games where we lost because we didn't do a good job defending this person or these types of actions, or didn't get back in transition, or we didn't shoot the ball well, or we didn't shoot the ball well from the free throw line. So I think each situation is different. The thing that I take away from it, and I've said this consistently, is, going through situations like that, that's a type of adversity because you went through it. The outcome wasn't what you wanted. It disappointed you. You felt the hurt. But the neat part about it, if there is a neat part, at least I feel there's a neat part, is you experienced it, and it helped with your growth. And so I think going through those types of situations and feeling the hurt afterwards and reflecting right after the game ended on what you did right, what you did wrong, will help us going forward. Obviously, this summer, just like I know our guys, it's a big summer for all of our guys. It's a big summer for us as a staff. We're going to go back and we're going to watch, if not all the games, at least most of the games. And we'll reevaluate everything that we went through from the beginning to the end. But there's not a common theme that I can sit here and say is the answer to us doing, losing games to the teams that you mentioned. And that common answer would be the answer to where it won't happen next year. I hope I'm making sense. So, all right.
Hey, Mike, going back to the defense a little bit, we saw a noticeable improvement really from the All-Star break onward. I think you also mentioned during that time that you typically see officiating start to change a little bit. They allow a little more physicality as we ramp up towards the playoffs. That plus, I suppose, a player's willingness to put in that effort down the stretch. My question is, how sustainable over the course of a full season do you think the way you were playing defense was to where you can expect that in the November, December, January months of the season as well as the end of the year?
Well, I truly believe we're on track to have a winning culture here that is sustainable. I like our group. I like our competitiveness of the group. I like the togetherness of the group. I like the hunger of the group to want to be better. I like, when we lose, you could tell it bothers guys because, we all been in situations where when you lose, whatever your walk in life is, sometimes it doesn't bother guys or doesn't faze people. And it bothers our guys. And to me, that's going to help them grow. So, having said that, what was the last part of your? Yeah. So having said that, I really believe our guys will lock in on the things that they need to do to get better this summer, knowing how hard it is going to be overall just to be able to compete and get to where we want to go. And I truly felt that they feel that, or they felt how much needed it was for us to be better defensively. And so that carryover with the guys that we have in the locker room, I can see it being here because of what I just said. It's going to have to be in order for us to be better. There's no other way. Now, does that mean we're going to come out of the gate being a top 5 defensive team or a top 10 defensive team? I don't know. But all of our guys from top to bottom know that we won games, especially down the stretch, not just from our scoring and our shooting, because we didn't always have control over that, but that we won games also from the defensive side of the ball. And the good teams, in my opinion, you'll see as the playoffs go on, they'll show on that end of the floor more than offensively. I mean, you're seeing it a little bit now. How many games have been won in these playoffs? 92 to 87, and it's hard, but that's the side of the ball you have the most control over.
Mike, you mentioned that you're early in the evaluation process and everything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead, yeah.
I'm easily forgettable. But you mentioned you're early in the evaluation process and you have some decisions to make with some guys like Malik and everything, but are you okay with what your grasp is of the roster? Are you okay running it back with the same roster next year, or do you feel there's a need to upgrade in some way?
Yeah, every year, I think teams change. Sometimes you change a little bit more than others, and I think taking a step away from the season, taking some time away from the season, and then circling up with Monty and Wes because they'll lead the charge in that area. But circling up with those guys, and which they're already doing, by the way. But and trying to put a game plan together, I think is going to be big. I absolutely love everybody in that locker room. We all do. They competed their tails off. We could have, in my opinion, we could have easily won 50 games this year, 52 games this year, even with the injuries. But at the end of the day, just like, us losing Jordy and me moving Luke to the front of the bench and me having to figure out the rest of the staff, change is going to happen. And it's just a matter of what we feel at the time that we start doing it.
Coach, when you got this job, you mentioned the importance of creating a culture.
Yeah.
And at this point now, 2 years have passed. How successful do you think that has been, and how do you maintain and improve upon that?
I think we all have been a part in creating a winning culture here. Martina and her group have been phenomenal. Monty and his group, they've been phenomenal. The players have been phenomenal, and it takes everybody to kind of buy in and do their part to get it to where you're feeling pretty good about it. I also feel that it's definitely sustainable. But, when you do talk about culture, it's usually extremely hard to build, but it can go away quickly if you don't work at it every day. And I truly believe that our guys, that Martina and her group, that Monty and his group, and everybody else works extremely hard at trying to have the best environment here that's sustainable for a long time. And that's what excites me about this place.
We will get to the rest of the Mike Brown presser after these short breaks, and then Chris and I will react with your calls. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
It's Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you want a deal that's a slam dunk, go see the winning team at Folsom Lake Ford. Folsom Lake Ford is your truck headquarters with all your American-made favorites, like America's best-selling F-Series, F-150s, and Super Duties, or spacious new Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. In the Folsom Auto Mall, you can buy any new Ford with zero down on approved credit, save big with low interest finance rates, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Check out the huge selection of inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership to see their most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. They'll help you out. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 35 years and counting.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Wednesday, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds expected. We'll have light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the lower 70s. Overnight lows will drop down into the lower 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The 2024 Accord is once again a winner of the 2024 Car and Driver's 10 Best Cars, making Honda the winningest brand in Car and Driver Award history. Come drive it. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Seth Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Seth Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Seth's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
At Fasteners Inc., we believe adding quality power tools to your lineup shouldn't break the bank. That's why we're hosting the biggest Milwaukee tool sale of the year in Sacramento. On top of insane deals on Milwaukee power tools, all Milwaukee pack-out storage boxes, hand tools, and tool accessories will be 25% off. So come on down on April 27th to the Milwaukee Tool Sanity Sale at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet on Power Inn Road in Sacramento. For more info, visit fastenersinc.net.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Thinking of remodeling your home? Say goodbye to endless internet searches and visit Subcontractors United. Find a list of 3 pre-qualified and licensed contractors in each home service category. From cabinets to landscapers and everything in between, Subcontractors United makes finding qualified contractors free and easy, with no accounts to set up. Visit subcontractorsunited.com and experience the joy of stress-free home improvement. Save time and money at subcontractorsunited.com.
ZZ Top, the Elevation Tour. Friday, May 3rd, 7:30 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley with special guest, Foghat. ZZ Top, playing all their classic hits. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit thundervalleyresort.com.
Spring savings continue at Folsom Lake Kia. Low payments, special offers, 0 down deals on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Were you recently in a car accident? Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Turn to the experts at Gonzalez Law. Our team specializes in car accident cases, wrongful termination, and criminal defense, fighting tirelessly to get you the compensation and justice you deserve. With years of experience and a track record of success, we don't settle for less, and neither should you. Visit SACLegalDefense.com or call 916-304-9187 for a free consultation. Gonzalez Law, your advocate in the fight for justice.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tug Shed, New Dawn Treatment Centers, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Be listening to Sactown Sports each Friday morning for the Rivercats Weekend Report with team updates and everything you'll want to know about the next exciting Rivercats homestand. Let's go, Rivercats!
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
All righty, we are back, and without further ado, here is the rest of the Mike Brown exit presser.
Coach, you've touched on previously over here. That's all right. You've touched previously on how this team is always being connected and staying connected, and especially in a season like this that had some adversity. How just kind of assess why do you think this group was so connected in the way it was, and how important do you think going forward is it that this team is connected on every front you can possibly think of?
Yeah, I feel the group is connected. It usually starts with your guys, and Tomas and Foxy you could throw HBN and Malik, excuse me, and a couple other guys. They do a good job of trying to keep the group together. Obviously, our staff too, our medical team is one of the best in the business, if not the best. Our performance team, in my opinion, is the same. Those guys work their tails off, and they don't get enough credit for what they do, but they help in that area as well. And so when you have the type of people around you that we have, it makes my job easy. It makes Matina's job easy and Monty's job easy to just kind of keep the wagon moving forward. So again, like I said, that's what excites me most about this, is who the people we have here and in the direction that we're heading.
Hey, Mike.
Jay.
When you look at the offense this year, and I guess going back to the playoffs last year, kind of what Golden State did, and I assume that teams make adjustments over time and try to take things away. What kind of things are you guys going to look at in terms of changes there? What do you want to keep the same, and what do you think you might be able to change and kind of fine tune going forward?
It's a little early to really give you exact answers, because like I said, we're going to take the summer to evaluate a lot of stuff, but the one thing that slipped a little bit was our pace. I think we were 5th last year, and we dropped to 9th, and one of the things that we're thinking about that may be able to help is, on makes we do this, on misses we do that, so that gives the guys a little bit better direction of, what needs to happen right now. I also felt that last year we got to the corners, which flattened out the defense a little bit quicker. We were okay doing it, but we didn't run as hard off the ball this year as we did last year. And then, part of this process, this growth process, is you got to give guys a little bit more freedom to see what they can bring to the table. And we shot more mid-ranges and more difficult threes this year. But we have guys that are capable of doing it, and they're going to have to do it in order for us to have some success. So, our shot selection wasn't great, which wasn't great in terms of what it was last year, which is why the numbers were really good last year. But the guys that took those shots, Keegan, Malik, those guys are going to have to take those shots, and they're going to have to make those shots for us. So I'm 100% okay with them doing it. We just have to make sure that we're better in other areas. And then, like I said, Jay, if we just shot the same rate we did from the free throw line last year as we did this year, we jumped 6 spots from 13 to 7. And to me, if you can finish in the top 5, that's great, especially back-to-back years. If you finish in the top 10, I can definitely live with that, knowing that there's room to improve, and our guys will work their tails off this summer, because, like I said, it's a big summer for everybody to improve individually, which will mean we'll improve collectively.
Coach, the athletic report on your contract situation, you got a mutual option after year 3. I'm curious, do you anticipate having some conversations about a possible extension this summer? And how much of this is top of mind for you at this point?
It's not really. At the end of the day, I have 1 year left on my deal. Everybody knows that. But I'm excited about being here. I'm excited about our future, and so I'm going to go into this summer trying to figure out how we can be better next year. and then next year trying to attack it because, again, we're disappointed we're not playing and we feel like we left some things on the table.
That disappointment obviously shared by some of the players and I imagine the fan base as well. If you're speaking directly to the fans, like what do you say to them in terms of, where you guys need to, the sense of urgency, I guess, to improve, or do you feel, that you just kind of give them a little bit of a calm down kind of, sense?
No, I mean, our fans are great. I absolutely love our fans. I mean, even when I wasn't here, I thought the fans were great, especially, for what they had gone through for so long. So that's what makes this game fun. It's what makes it exciting. That's what keeps you on edge all the time is trying to do well, not only for yourself and for the organization, but for them too. So they pay their hard-earned money to come watch us and support us and buy the gear and and all that other stuff, and they talk more positive about us than negative. And so there's no way that I would try to tell them to do anything but continue to use us as an outlet to enjoy life however they want to, as long as obviously they don't go overboard. I mean, none of us want any of that. And then, obviously, if we're up 3 and there's a minute and a half to go in the game and we're shooting a free throw, don't start yelling, light the beam then. Wait a little longer. It's probably the one thing I tell them.
Mike, you've talked a lot this year about the strength of the Western Conference.
Yeah.
From the outside of the organization perspective, you see the massive jumps for a Minnesota. From the outside the organization perspective, you see the massive jumps for the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I think outside the organization, there's like a pressure of being passed up or falling behind. Does that pressure exist, I guess, internally? And if not, how do you separate yourself from the pressure of what other teams around you are doing?
Well, I mean, it's what our business is about. I don't know, and there probably is, but I feel like just like each player probably puts a tremendous amount of pressure on themselves because you want to win. You want to win at the highest level, and so. For me, I'm okay with the pressure or expectations because that comes along with the job, and you kind of welcome that because, again, I think pressure is a privilege. If you don't have pressure on you, that means you're probably insignificant, or what you're doing doesn't matter to you or to anybody else, and so. I feel like I embrace it. Everybody else that is part of our organization embraces it. We want it. We want to be in that position. But the reality of it is, Maddie, that it doesn't. Things in life don't do this. Again, I've been not just with Golden State, even San Antonio and Cleveland and other organizations that I've been a part of NBA finals. Our climb wasn't like this. It was here, and then you take a step back, and then hopefully you take 3 or 4 forward, and then you take 1, maybe 1.5 back, maybe 2. But so it's part of the growth process that you need to be able to go through in order to attain that championship level that you're seeking. Again, I'm 100% okay with any type of pressure that comes our way, and I truly feel our players are too. This is, and I've said this before, this is probably the first time that most of them have been in the roles that they're in and then experienced the expectations and pressure that comes along with being in those roles after being a playoff team last year. So I think it was a huge growth year in that department. But, I don't think anybody can put more pressure on trying to win than we put on ourselves. Thank you, guys. You got one more? Okay. No, first of all, we love Malik. Everybody knows that. I truly believe Malik loves it here. The fans have done a fantastic job of showing him love, and I think he really, really, really appreciates that. And he's got a great soul, and he's about as charismatic as they come. So, in terms of him being back, that's a no-brainer. But obviously, that I don't have, you don't, I don't. That's going to have to take care of itself. And I truly believe we're all on the same page with that. Having Malik and even Kevin, they were big for us. But at the end of the day, I believed in the guys that we had in uniform. And again, it's kind of been a staple of ours. We didn't have to see it much last year because we didn't have many injuries. But this year, you always talk about next man up. And we had some guys step into some roles this year that got it done. And, I was even curious as to whether or not they can handle the pressure and get it done. And the first one that comes to mind is young Keon. Young Keon started against Portland and helped us get a win. And then he turns around and starts against Oklahoma City without Foxy and helps us get a win. So having that next man up mindset and truly believing in it is a big thing going forward. And having some success with it only helps with the belief. So no brainer to have Malik back. Malik, you hear me? But at the end of the day, we're all on the same page here in the organization. But that will take care of itself. And like I said, having Kevin or Malik would have been great, but they were hurt and guys stepped up, and I'm proud of the way everybody stepped up, even though we're disappointed in how it ended. Thank you, guys.
Coming up next, we react to everything Mike Brown had to say. There was a lot, and we hear from you, 916-339-1140. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Match De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey there, wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at upsizematters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco, have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at upsizematters.com. That's upsizematters.com.
So here's a fact. 85% of the population will suffer from foot pain in their lifetime. That's almost everyone. So you'd think there'd be plenty of healthy long-term remedies, but there just aren't, right? Hi, I'm Dan from the Good Feet store. People come in all the time sharing the same frustrating story. Bought this, tried that, been there, done whatever, all different kinds of things, but all with a similar result. Nothing. A discouraging and endless cycle of disappointment. If this rings a bell, don't despair. There is hope. If you think you've tried everything, you probably haven't tried Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store. They're designed to relieve, even eliminate the pain commonly caused by certain foot conditions like plantar fasciitis, bunions, flat feet, and others. Plus, provide better balance and increased comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and the wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at plumaspinesgolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit plumaspinesgolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's plumaspinesgolf.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, it's Brian from Bennett's Restaurants. Springtime is a fun time. So to celebrate, we created a new menu of our favorites from Baja. Plenty of new food. Enjoy grilled skirt steak, wild prawns with pineapple, fresh sea bass, and Sonoran beef enchiladas, to mention a few. Try our empanadas stuffed with carnitas and cheese. Love shrimp? Try the new shrimp tostada. We make great guacamole and salsa too. Enjoy our newest dessert, Kylie's Churros, with a vanilla cream center. Visit Bennett'sRestaurants.com and come enjoy the new Baja menu today. Eat well, stay well.
Maida Chevy saves you $10,000 off MSRP on every new 2024 half-ton Silverado, LT, RST, and LTZ in stock after rebate. Over 50 to choose from.
Exclusive, all in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See deal for details, M43024.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
A lot of meat on that bone, or impossible meat if you are vegan.
That's right.
And Mike Brown had a lot to say. Chris, what were your initial thoughts and takeaways?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there was definitely a lot in there. I mean, that was a really long press conference. I think that started at 11 and they just wrapped it up here a couple minutes ago. So that was definitely a lot from head coach Mike Brown, but this is the last time we're even going to be able to hear from him for a really long time. So all really good information, I thought. Definitely sounded like he was really positive about the season outlook in general. Said people were performing incredibly well, and even Chris Verlod texted me, can we really say phenomenal? There was a couple times where he said people were phenomenal, or we had groups of people do phenomenal jobs. And
yes,
finish as a 9 seed. I know he's being nice there.
He said towards the end, and I would say outside of Keon, he said, guys got hurt and other guys came in and got it done. And I said, well, what's your definition of...
who else besides Keon?
Yes, and what's your definition of getting it done?
But that all aside, there was definitely some good nuggets in there for sure. Mm-hmm. We'll talk, I think, a little bit later after Monty's presser. We'll kind of recap everything in total. Definitely dropped a really big nugget in there about the coaching staff and what he plans to do now that Jordy's gone. Definitely sounds like he's got some things in motion. Mm-hmm. Luke Laux, Doug Christie maybe moving up the coaching totem pole. But to me, the biggest thing I heard was him saying, and it was at the start of the press conference, maybe if Fox doesn't hit some of those game winners last year, we have the same record that we had this year.
Yeah.
When I heard him say that, I mean, I just never thought of that this entire season. But I mean, I keep talking about all year, the fun moments that we just didn't get in this year. It's really weird to think, oh yeah, without those fun moments last year, maybe this really was the same exact season that we had just been through.
Yeah, other teams just got better, and he did bring up the free throws. If we shot the same rate from the free throw line last year, we would have finished 7th in offensive rating instead of 13th. All right, when we return, the other guy that you want to hear from, Monty McNair, and the future moves that he will be making this offseason. We have his presser when we return. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
A handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10-5. Touchdown!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
It's Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you want a deal that's a slam dunk, go see the winning team at Folsom Lake Ford. Folsom Lake Ford is your truck headquarters with all your American-made favorites, like America's best-selling F-Series, F-150s, and Super Duties, or spacious new Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. In the Folsom Auto Mall, you can buy any new Ford with zero down on approved credit, save big with low interest finance rates, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Check out the huge selection of inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership to see their most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. They'll help you out. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 35 years and counting.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Fasteners Inc., we believe adding quality power tools to your lineup shouldn't break the bank. That's why we're hosting the biggest Milwaukee tool sale of the year in Sacramento. On top of insane deals on Milwaukee power tools, all Milwaukee pack-out storage boxes, hand tools, and tool accessories will be 25% off. So come on down on April 27th to the Milwaukee Tool Sanity Sale at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet on Power Inn Road in Sacramento. For more info, visit fastenersinc.net.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Ram Truck Month?
We are very excited to be celebrating 75 years in business by doing what we do best, helping you get the truck you need for less. Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. And with over 500 new Rams available, you won't find a better selection in all of California.
Wow, 75 years? That is amazing.
It all started with my grandpa and great-grandpa's dream, and it's grown over the years to where we've had a chance to serve tens of thousands of customers and show them there's something special about Hoblet you just can't get at those big city auto mall dealerships.
Come experience the difference at California's #1 Ram truck dealer. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,000 total net savings after 5,000 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital
bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Cap to qualify. 500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of eligible first responder association. More than 5 of this total net savings. See dealer for details.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
We will continue to break down everything Mike Brown had to say, but first, let's hear from Kings GM, Monty McNair, on the future of the roster. Nate is working on that right now. Chris, another thing.
Obviously wish we were preparing for game 2 in OKC instead of here today, but we've talked about our goal. Step 1, get into the playoffs, which we did last year, but step 2, stay there and advance. And obviously, we're disappointed that this year we didn't continue that goal. So while the year didn't end as we hoped, I do think a lot of bright spots. De'Aaron and Domas career years in a lot of ways. De'Aaron with leading the league in steals. I believe he had his most points per game. And Domas obviously with his double-doubles, triple-doubles throughout the year. Keegan strides on both ends in year 2. Keon, when we had some injuries down the stretch, really showing up big for us. And so a lot to build on. I think looking forward, we're excited. I'm excited. Disappointed we didn't make the playoffs, but we do get a lottery pick in addition to, I think, a good base of assets and flexibility to go and improve this team and get back to the playoffs where we want to be. So happy to take questions.
Money, when Mike got the job, he talked about the importance of building a culture. And from your perspective, how do you think that you guys as a group have done in cultivating that? And just what's your evaluation on the time that he's had in this role?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is what we've seen, especially the last couple of years, guys wanting to be here in Sacramento, wanting to be a part of what we're doing here, guys coming here wanting to stay, guys from elsewhere wanting to come and join. And, Coach Brown, his staff, our players, all deserve a ton of credit for that. And obviously, winning helps. Well, I think you guys got to talk to Malik yesterday, and he had some great comments. I think the fans, the love they have for him, that's reciprocated. We love Malik. He's obviously been a huge part of what we've done the last couple of years. Sadly missed him at some key points down the stretch. We could have used Malik, but and not just what he does on the floor, but off the floor, his attitude and mentality, and obviously his swag and everything that Malik brings. So, obviously we'll have those conversations when the time comes, but what he's done for us has been a huge part of our resurgence the last 2 years.
Monty, do you kind of have a feeling of how that might play out already? Like, do you have like a confidence to you and knowing that what you guys can do?
Yeah, I think for us, I won't get any of those specifics, but credit to Malik. He gets to make a free agent decision. It's I think we'll put our best foot forward. We he loves it here, we love him, and so hopefully we'll be able to do that when the time comes.
And just following up on that, having every time you're here in this city, you've been in this position, everyone says how important the offseason is. It seems like it's always important, right? Do you feel like any heightened sense of urgency this year based on, even though it's only a 2-game in the wins-loss column, I mean, it's still rather, similar to what you guys have experienced. Do you feel like there's any heightened sense of urgency based on previous seasons now that you have so much of a sample size to you guys?
I think I would say we always feel urgency, especially with in this league. Windows don't last forever, but certainly another year. I think we've seen a lot of what we can build on, a lot of success. We know a lot of the guys and what they can do for us. Whether it's play-in, playoffs, big games. And I think at the same time, we're well positioned to take advantage of that and figure out ways that we can improve the team. We'll have to look obviously internally, like we always do, and then externally through draft, free agency, trade. I think in all three of those, we have abilities to improve the team as well.
Monty, though you obviously just alluded to how this season the end result was kind of disappointing for you guys in the short term. When you look at this team from a long-term perspective, how do you kind of view this season from that point of view, just with the context knowing that you, from a long-term point of view, you want to eventually be contending for championships?
I think if you look at this from a 2-year horizon, I'm proud of what this team accomplished. So, 94 wins over 2 years. I think us and Denver are the only two teams in the West that won 46 both of the last 2 years. We broke the playoff drought. A lot to be positive on. And at the same time, those expectations got raised last year. We knew they were coming for us, and that's a great thing. I mean, it's a great thing for our organization. I'm not as eloquent as Coach Brown, but I think he said pressure is a privilege, right? And that's fantastic. I love that 46 wins and beating Golden State in the play-in is not good enough anymore, and that's true.
Monty, we're here. Number 13th overall pick officially. Do you guys have a plan for that position right now in terms of, is that something where you might trade it? Do you anticipate picking someone there? And if so, where do you think that pick could go to?
Yeah, I think credit to our scouting group. They've already been on all this throughout the years. They always are. So myself, Wes, our executive group, we're starting to dive in a little more. And, I think we're excited about, where that pick is. I try not to get into all the how good is this draft stuff because I think we're not very good at always predicting those. But even then, I think once you get past the top 5 or so of a draft, these things are, usually even out year to year. So, we're excited so far about what we'll see at 13. At the same time, could it be used in trade to improve the team? Of course. So, we'll have to look at all those things, weigh those options. I do think one of the silver linings here is, a lottery pick that we can use in one way or another to improve the team.
Hey, Monty. Mike was asked about his contract situation. There's been some reporting on that. Is that, just what's your assessment of the job, that he's done here thus far? And if what would your recommendation be to ownership at this stage?
Yeah, I think, as I talked about, you look at a 2-year horizon here, which is when Coach Brown and his staff came in, and a lot of positives. We're certainly disappointed this year. Mike and I will sit down and try to figure out how we get back to where we want to get to. We'll have all those conversations here starting soon.
Monty, the West this year is pretty extreme in terms of just the amount of talent overall. There's not necessarily a roadmap to look to if teams are going to stay that good or if some are going to drop off a little bit. You can't really predict that. I'm just curious, when you look at the Western Conference, the competitiveness of the Western Conference, how I guess how much pressure do you feel to make moves immediately to try and compete with that right away versus staying put, staying patient, and believing in the growth, kind of similar to like a Denver Nuggets of a few years ago?
Yeah. For sure. I mean, I've been in the West now, I think 18 seasons, and it feels like it's almost always like this. So, I think last year, for really, a cornucopia of reasons, we were able to get to the 3 seed, win 48. We were rather healthy. That middle part of the West was more centered around 44 to 46. And we were able to come out on top, some career years from guys. And this year, we saw that the depth of that 46 was, I think, would have been the 4 seed last year. And this year we had 2 teams facing off in the 9-10 game with 46 wins. So, but that's what the West is, and that's what we're competing against. And I think you got 10 teams that were really darn good this year, and then you got 5 teams that have a lot of promise coming for us. So it's not something where you can in the West where you can bide your time and just wait it out forever. Those 5 teams down there are coming sooner or later as well. So I think for us, it's balancing those 2 things. We do have a rather young group, but we're not so young that our horizon is 5-6 years in the future. Like, we're ready to win now. We've clearly done that at some level the last 2 years. And, we got 2 guys who were all-stars, all-NBA guys last year. I would argue had even better years this year. And we had a lot of positives around them. But those guys are right smack in their prime. And so, we're built to win now, and we're going to figure out ways to improve the team internally or externally, however we can.
When we return, we will be back with the rest of the Monty McNair presser. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Domantas Sabonis plays here.
He finds Sabonis. Put the frosting on the cake. Put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a 2-hand flush makes it 114-106.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Wednesday, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds expected. We'll have light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the lower 70s. Overnight lows will drop down into the lower 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Spring savings continue at Folsom Lake Kia. Low payments, special offers, 0 down deals on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. Well, the legend of Mason Miller keeps growing, and what a place to showcase his talents than Yankee Stadium. After the elbow injury last year, Miller has made the transition this year in a big way from starting to relieving. His 8 fastballs in the first game of the series averaged 102 miles an hour, including 102.5 to strike out Aaron Judge to end the game.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
We are back, and here is the rest of the Monty McNair presser.
What's up, Monty? Just 2 quick ones. On the Malik front, you do have a cap on obviously what you guys can spend on him. Does that make your side of the negotiations simple, or is it about fit and role and all that? Like, how do you kind of view that?
Yeah, I won't get into like the obviously the cap and numbers part of it. I think the great thing, I think number one thing you want is that you want that player to be here, and Malik wants to be here. Number 2 is we want him, and we love Malik, and we know he fits, right? He fits what we're doing. I don't know if the 6th man's been finalized yet. He should win 6th man of the year pretty clearly. I don't know. You guys all get to vote for that, so you guys can tell me. But what he does for us, obviously on the court, fantastic. But really, I think the off-court stuff is what makes him even more special for this group. And, so I think for Malik, credit to him, he gets to make a decision, and, we'll hope it's here.
I believe that award is announced tonight, by the way. But on the first round pick front, how do you view the balance? You sound excited to get the pick, but also obviously then it now sends that one to Atlanta next year, top 12 protected. How do you view kind of the balance there and the Stepien rule and just kind of the impact of that?
Yeah, I think there's been some reporting out there about, what it does to our pick packages and things, but we have a lottery pick. We only owe one pick in the future. And so we'll have plenty of pick power, I think, to go and do whatever we want. And again, there's two ways to do those. You pick them. And I think, credit to, Phil Jabor and our staff. We've done, I think, pretty well in the draft certain years, and you can trade those. And we've done that as well. The Kevin Huerter trade in particular. So, I think we'll have opportunity there. And, look, at any time you get to pick inside the top 15, you got a chance to get a pretty darn good player. And so it's, certainly I wish that pick was going to Atlanta when I was trying to figure out how to stop the Thunder right now, but we'll use it to our advantage.
Monty, it was a few seasons back, I think after the second COVID year, you came out, you expressed a little disappointment about the defense, but it seemed like, compared to last year, the offense was incredible, but the defense this season has really improved, and Mike and his coaching staff have been working really hard, to shore up that area. Just want to get your thoughts on, how the defense is progressing, and if you see anything else that, can improve it as well.
Yeah, I think it was obviously good to see the improvement there, and I think we got right around average this year, which is certainly a huge jump from where we were when I started. And I think for us, whatever we can do that translates to wins, and like we talked about, 46 wins is generally a pretty good year. It's not good enough in the West, and it may not be good enough going forward. So whether that's further improvement from our defense, getting our offense back to where it was, I think we lost about a point and a half off our net rating, and we dropped 2 wins. So we got to figure out how to not just get those back, but then more. But that's one step in the right direction, and we're going to continue to have to figure out ways to tick those numbers upwards.
Monty, you guys had a pretty healthy sample size with this group, and as you approach the offseason, what are maybe some priorities for you in terms of the roster, like what specific needs that you think to get to the point where you can get back and exceed the win total of a couple of years ago?
I think certainly we have to figure out internally. We blew some leads, lost some games that we wish we could have won. Try to shore those up. I know Mike touched on that. Continued internal development. I'll point to Keegan's defense this year from start to finish was a huge jump for a second-year player. Keon Ellis, I think, is a great success story for our, from identifying him as an undrafted player. Great development and success in the G League last year, and then biding his time and stepping in when injuries hit. We just need more and more of those internal success stories, and then we'll look externally. Like I said, we have the 13th pick in the draft and probably 45 in the second. I think we have a lot of flexibility with our tools. You can trade into the MLE and BAE now, the biannual. So that's another thing you can do. And then, we'll have to look at, potential trade opportunities to build there. But I think, we're excited about how we're positioned going forward. Obviously disappointed with where it ended, but I think we'll be able to get to where we need to. And, our group's already boots on the ground working hard.
Monty, I guess to piggyback off of that last question, Mike Brown has said several times that it's not that hard to go from bad to good, but it's hard to go from good to great. Obviously, with the historic season that you guys had last year, and with the raised level of expectation going into this year, in your eyes, why do you feel it is so difficult to get to being great? And what do you think in your, through your perspective, you've been in the league a long time. What do you think the Kings have to do in order to achieve greatness?
Well, I don't know if Mike said not that hard. It's hard to win in this league. It's hard to get to the playoffs in this league. But then it's a little bit of math question. There's 8 first-round spots in the West, and then there's 4 second round and 2 conference finals, and everybody's going for that. And I think especially it's great for the league, the play-in and all those different things, the in-season tournament. Teams are trying to win. A lot of teams in the league, up and down, if you count them, that's the large majority of the league is trying to win. So, it just means that, there's fewer spots. It's going to be harder. At the same time, last year, maybe we snuck up on people a bit. This year, we certainly didn't. You win 48, you're the 3 seed. You take the defending champs to Game 7. People are going to be ready for you. We're just going to have to continue to fight there. And then, lastly, the West is what it is. There's the year in, year out. There's going to be great teams there. So we're going to have to put our best foot forward. We're going to have to get better to crack into, our goal, get into the top 6 first and foremost. So we lock that in, and then, pursue top 4 to get home court. And then, our hope is that we're at some point hosting second round and conference finals here. So, but those spots are coveted. Everybody's going for them. And certainly not easy.
Monty, we were talking to De'Aaron a little bit on Monday about the consistency that he's had the last couple of years with your front office and Mike, obviously, because he's been here through a lot of turnover. How do you balance the need in the West specifically to improve the team, but also keeping the consistency of the core intact, not blowing things up and things like that? How do you balance those 2 things?
Yeah, it's always a balance, and we're always weighing those things. What does this do for us now versus, what will we be able to do in the future? And, I think in the league, there's always going to be movement, shakeup. At the same time, there's also a benefit to guys that have been able to play together, that show they fit together. We talked about it. A lot of, I think, the improvement in year 2 defensively is we had a lot of the guys coming back in the same system under Coach Brown and Jordy. Congratulations to Jordy. And Brooklyn got a good one. But, I think a lot of those things are benefits as well. And, it's a credit to De'Aaron and Domas and that they lead those guys, that they can go and, put their best foot forward there. So, I think we're always balancing those things. It's not easy. If it was, then, it would just be the answer. But really, that's a lot of that we talk about in those rooms.
Monty, you guys have been really patient as a front office and as a team in general in terms of making moves. You brought back those core guys from last year. Do you anticipate keeping that core together? I know when I say core, I mean more than just Domas, De'Aaron, and Keegan. I'm talking Kevin, HB, Davion, or is that, or is it that the untouchables just De'Aaron, Keegan, and Domas right now?
I would point to, I think for our group, we've shown, when the time comes that and the opportunities there, we'll be aggressive. We've done it. And so, we're certainly, it's not something where, we said, oh, we had success. Let's just roll it out. We're not sitting on our hands. We're out there looking at all the opportunities. Obviously, in the last couple go rounds, we've generally not made a bigger move. But we've been in some conversations. We always will. We have to find out what's out there. And we got another opportunity, this summer. We got, like I said, draft pick in the lottery, a lot of flexibility. I think, look, we have a lot of players that have contributed to winning. And, I think the league sees that. Brooklyn just wanted to come in and, take our number 1 assistant because of what Mike and the players have done here. So, we got to always evaluate those things. And, it's, for us, I think it's putting ourselves in a position that we can take advantage of those opportunities when they come. And I think we're in position to do that this summer.
Monty, building off a lot of what you just said there, most of us, especially me, ignorant to the conversations that were happening during the trade deadline, for example, but you see the jump and how different the Dallas Mavericks looked after the trade deadline and other teams, not just in the West, but around the league did. Is there any regret or remorse to staying put or not making any moves on the deadline, considering how the season ended? Or are you able to kind of separate yourself from what other teams do and just focus on you?
Yeah, we focus on ourselves. And, I think one one benefit we'll have on those teams going forward is probably more flexibility, more draft assets, and how can we put those best to use. At the same time last year, we were able to, stay healthy post deadline and make a run. And, who knows if Kevin Balik, are able to Trey as well, was down for a while. If those guys stay healthy, maybe we get another couple wins and we're in a better position. But yeah, no, look, every move won't always work out. I love the process that our group goes through. And I think, it was funny. I was talking to my 5-year-old, he's playing baseball and he got upset when he got out. I said, what the best baseball players, they only make it 3 out of 10 times. And right. All of these things, all these batting averages, all these decisions, we're not going to bat 1,000, but we want to just put ourselves in the best spot that we can make the next move that we need to do, the right move, and all those types of things. So, no regret. Excited for where we are going forward because I think we'll have a lot of opportunity. Thanks, guys.
Wow.
Thanks,
So much to react to, and we will do it when we return. Mike Brown's presser, Monty McNair's presser. Your thoughts when we return. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? The sound of adorable little birds in your garden. And if you were here, you'd taste the 2 sweet but tiny tomatoes you grew all by yourself. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens when you're riding your motorcycle, protected by Progressive, on your way to the store for a pack of normal-sized tomatoes. So if you ride, switch to Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer, without getting your hands dirty. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
My community means everything to me. That's why I joined the Army National Guard. I'm proud of where I'm from, and as a soldier, I get to give back to the people that helped me succeed. The training and leadership skills I get from the Army National Guard help me every day when I teach young people and look out for my community. If you'd like to learn how you too can serve part-time in the community you love, visit nationalguard.com.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard, aired by the California Broadcasters Association and this station.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the better Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tub Shed, new dog treatment sensors, and Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Be listening to Sactown Sports each Friday morning for the Rivercats Weekend Report with team updates and everything you'll want to know about the next exciting Rivercats homestand. Let's go, Rivercats!
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
The texts are rolling in. We are going to open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. August and Carlos join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. From the 925, Chris, this was during the Monty McNair interview, I believe. Not feeling great after these press conferences. They are acting like we are a perennial playoff team that slipped. We don't have the talent or depth to compete in the West. I wish they were a little more critical about this roster. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, 925. It's a weird situation, Chris. I mean, you're essentially talking about the job that you did in a way.
Yeah.
You're not going to roast yourself.
Well, but like, do they really need to be super? Like, they won 46 games. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that they did win the most amount of games of any team that did not make the playoffs. So, like, you know, it's not like they need to be completely critical. Did they take a step back? Yes. I mean, I mean, what did you want?
It's also a bad year. Yeah.
Wanted.
To your point, it was a rough year to take even a small step back. I would say 2 games is a small step. It was just a rough. It was just a rough year.
Yeah.
With that being said, rough year, not rough year. I don't know. I don't think that this roster was going to compete for a championship, even without a rough year.
Sure.
So I did see that come through. There are a couple others that we'll read as well. But your initial thoughts to the Monty McNair presser, what stood out to you?
I mean, it's more of the same from Monty. I mean, it's always tough to kind of get what you're wanting and hoping out of Monty.
Jacket was fire.
Jacket fire.
I need that jacket.
I don't think that's in the team store. I think you gotta like.
I'm gonna work for it.
You gotta order. You gotta know somebody who knows somebody for that, and you gotta tell a password and all that stuff to get the Monty puffer. But it's always kind of tough to gauge Monty and try and figure out exactly what he's trying to tell us. I think he's one of those guys where especially you've got to read between the lines and maybe listen to quotes 2 or 3 times back to kind of fully understand what he's trying to tell you. But for the most part, I mean, it was pretty much what was expected. It's them sounding like they have plans with that 13th pick, whether it be stick or to move on from it and bring somebody in. They seem excited. They seem positive about where they can take this thing. And, I do think I would much rather have them feel promising about their future than tearing it apart and saying, clearly this wasn't the right direction. We need to full pivot. I think Monty's approach of being measured, and yet, even when asked, are you keeping the core together? He said definitely didn't say yes. And he said essentially, we always like to explore every option and look under every stone. And, if an opportunity presents itself, we'll definitely hop on it. So, it's really a typical Monty presser, but definitely some stuff in there that we can go in on for sure.
Yeah. My initial thoughts, kind of what I just said, responding to the texter. You're talking about essentially the job you did. So there's never going to be any hustling backwards. Oh yeah, and I appreciate all the questions. A lot of those questions were asked by people that we know and hang out with and come on the show. I thought they were all good questions. And yeah, if he gets asked, "Hey, do you regret not doing anything at the deadline?" I just highly doubt.
There's no win. It's like
You're
a
not
2-minute
going to-
report.
you're
What's
not-
the good in Monty saying,
It was
actually
his
looking
decision,
back
right.
at it, yes, I should.
Yeah, we should have done something. He felt as if, hey, if we stay healthy, maybe we make some noise. I think that was Monty saying, we're playing right now. I don't know if we win the championship. What we would probably still be playing right now if Malik and Kevin Huerter are still healthy. They were pretty firmly in that 6th spot when they were healthy. I think an argument could be made. Well, you were healthy and you were still flirting with the play, and so I don't know how successful we can actually call it. But moving forward, you know what Malik Monk is. You know you want to bring back Malik. Besides that, could there be some fireworks this offseason? I think it's possible. I would say to everyone that maybe feels like Monty didn't say enough, you're not going to go up there. First of all, he has to play up the pick because if you sit there and say, it's a weak class and we hope somebody is dumb enough to take it, then that is hustling backwards.
Yes.
You have to convince everyone, including yourself, in case nobody wants it, that you can find somebody. And that's number one as far as the picks are concerned. And as far as the rest of the roster, I think it's obviously really early in the process. They're still licking their wounds a bit. And I would caution everybody, and maybe I'll have egg on my face, but I would caution everybody to think that they won't make a move. Yeah. They have to tell everyone that they feel competitive and that they if so-and-so doesn't get hurt. But yeah, I don't think they think that they're as close as maybe they made it out to be in the pressers.
Yeah. And to your point too, if he were what you just explained about the pick, if he were to do that with HB and Huerter and say, clearly those guys weren't good enough this year for us to really compete at the level we want to. Yeah, maybe somebody will take it is because we don't want them. So hopefully that completely devalues them as trade assets because then everybody knows, well, those guys aren't coming back next year. So we'll be able to have the leverage and say, well, you already publicly shamed them and pretty much kicked them off the team. So we know it's like the Ben Simmons situation where in a definite lesser degree where everyone knows that you have to move him and it kind of cuts the legs from you in negotiation. So you're completely right. Monty was never going to go up there and single anybody out. I mean, no good GM is going to go out there and do that, especially in that situation. But he's going to stay calculated. He said all the right things, said they're going to explore every avenue and, gave credit to De'Aaron and Domas for having great seasons. Ultimately did say, I think, but just like Malik said yesterday, I think we're playing if Malik is out there and also to a lesser extent, Kevin as well. I think that's exactly what I expected out of Monty. But talking's all fine and dandy. Now is, I guess not now, but in these next coming months is really where Monty's gonna make his money here. And you've got to do something. I mean, I think that's obvious that even Monty McNair knows you can't bring back this same roster. Something's got to go. Something's got to give. It's just going to be interesting to see when we start getting a better idea of what that is. That's being shopped because I think we assume that guys like Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter and the draft pick are up for grabs, but who knows? When push comes to shove, some of those things may be more on the table than we think, and some of those may be completely off the table.
Yeah, and another thing that he said that I thought was, pretty much how we felt, and for those out there that think that they feel that they're further along than they actually are, he said a lot of positives, but of course we are disappointed. I think everybody is disappointed. I mean, to be not in the top 6 out of the West when you're saying things that we'll get into during the break, you cannot say this, miss the playoffs, and not be disappointed. We'll tell you what it is that he said and our reactions to it. Also, we see the phone lines lighting up as well and the text line. We'll get to all of it. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Whether you prefer thrills or serenity, the 2024 Accord from Elk Grove Honda delivers both. With Honda Sensing Standard, the 2024 Accord is once again a winner of the 2024 Car and Driver's 10 Best Cars, making Honda the winningest brand in car and driver award history. Drive a 2024 Accord Hybrid and see for yourself what the fuss is all about. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
At Progressive, we know how much you love your recreational vehicles, so we decided to record this commercial in an RV.
With a family on vacation.
Mom, who are these people? Oh, that's Flo and Jamie. They're recording a commercial, sweetie. Don't they do that in the studio? Oh, normally.
No.
But we wanted to feature a family who bundled their home and RV and saved with Progressive.
Yeah, it looks like you're all out of chips.
Okay, I think we'll just drop you off at the next gas station.
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
ZZ Top, the Elevation Tour. Friday, May 3rd, 7:30 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley with special guest Foghat. ZZ Top, playing all their classic hits. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339
What is it that Monty McNair said that made my ears perk up? We are built to win now. You cannot call this season a success if you are, quote, built to win now and you don't even make the playoffs. Okay? He says a lot of positives, but of course, we are disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody is saying that this season is success. Definitely not. I think that'd be. I mean, you could say, I think Monty even said it in there. Like, I think he said, I'm glad that 46 wins and beating the Warriors is a disappointment to people around here. I think it's kind of a blessing and a curse for sure. I think Monty probably would have assumed that after 16 years of no playoff basketball at all, that maybe a season like this would have been okay. But I think that people in Sacramento, since they were kind of starved for so long, now that they did get a little taste of it, I mean, they want it to be a permanent staple in their lives. And, it'll be interesting to see where they move on from here. I mean, I thought, that statement definitely to me is more of an indication that they are going to go in. They are going to truly try and make this thing work because they understand that now is the window that they have. And that's why I fully believe they're going to make a big move this offseason. They understand that this is the time. Sabonis and Fox are, as Monty said, entering their primes right now. And now is the time to strike.
Yeah. Everybody's going to get better. Everybody's doing exit interviews now. You can run, and I guarantee you,
only the losers.
Everyone whose season is over is doing exit interviews, and I can guarantee you all of them think that they're in a good spot. All of them think it's a big summer, and all of them think that they're in a good position to get better. 916-339-1140. Let's hear from our guy who had the call of the day yesterday. Will, what you got for us?
I got the call of today of today too, man. Look, is it a prerequisite for my boy Watkins to interpret?
Well, what's the call? What's the call, man? Come on now.
Don't interrupt me.
No, brother. Hey, I don't know. No.
Is it your priority to interpret what McNair said? We heard what he said.
Yes, brother. That's my job. That's my job, man.
No. Can I finish, please?
What do you got, Will?
What do you got, Will?
The guy lied, talking about he didn't regret not doing anything during the trade deadline. I mean, he was lying. I mean, anybody with any common sense would say, yeah, we should have made some moves. We should have explored something. He did. It was a joke, man. And then the guy talking about they played better defense.
They did. Thanks for the call, Will.
What's going on?
They did play better.
Come on.
They did play better
themselves
defense,
too much.
Will.
Someone gets one good call.
They did play better defense,
sudden,
Will. The thing is, look.
Come on, man. Get out of here.
The problem is we know what the prices were.
Yeah.
Okay. We know what the Mavericks had to put up to get a PJ Washington. And yeah, look, they're split right now in the series. They did get better. If the Mavericks win the whole, there's only one winner. So unless the Mavericks win the whole thing within the time frame of those first round picks that they lost, then you didn't really do anything. I mean, we sat here, we had so many trade generators and things like that. So the bottom line is it was a matter of what the Kings had to offer and what was on the market. And unless you were willing to give up Keegan Murray in the middle of a random season, and on top of that, we did the numbers on teams that make the big splash moves, how many times they actually go on to win. It's very rare. Now, the reason it wasn't a quote-unquote big splash move for the Mavericks was because you traded big splash prices for mid-level players.
Right.
So it doesn't seem like, why didn't we just get some of our role players? You would have cashed out.
Yeah.
You would have cashed out, and that's not what you're getting back. All right. So we're getting this as well, and it's too much to read here on how these texts come through. But essentially, this 916 is coming after the media on how they aren't questioning I guess, Monty McNair enough. They say NY Media would never accept this. We're supposed to be the voice of the fans in the community. He gave us nothing. Yeah, I would just say this, 916. Number one, I don't know if you're 916, so that's Sacramento area code. I don't know if you lived in New York. I do think that there is a facade in New York. The thing about New York, I think, Chris, in my perspective, is that it's a lot of they'll rip you in the papers and things like that. You get into a back and forth with a GM, they're just going to say the same things, okay? The John Lynch piece that we played, hey, I'm not getting into it with Brandon Ayuk. The next 4 questions were about Brandon Ayuk. I think somebody would say that that the Niners media is quote-unquote tougher than the Kings media, but you get the same answers.
Yes.
You get the same exact answer. So I don't really know. I don't really know what exactly the media could have asked, right? You heard towards the end, they brought up exact name. He's not going to talk about the cap. He's not going to talk about, oh yeah, Keegan Murray's not untouchable. So I do think there is a part of this to where, and again, if you have examples of New York just really forcing somebody's hand, then please let us know. All these GMs are the same. Like I said, this is their livelihood. If you go in, let's take it to whatever job you have. Let's say I don't know, Chris, whatever normal job you're in, sales or whatever, your performance. So you're getting interviewed about your performance. Are you going to sit up there and make it look like you did a bad job?
No.
Even
if you did, you're going to do that. All the good stuff that you did.
Exactly.
First.
And if somebody continues to ask you the same questions that you say you can't get into, are you going to say, fine, I'll just answer? Right. There's some questions that will affect your ability to do the job in the future. So I guess 916, the only thing I would say to you is, what exactly did you want to be asked that did not get asked? Okay. They all give generic answers. If you're busy after the show is over, go listen to all the other exit pressers. All these GMs say the same exact thing. Yeah. That's just what it is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're there to sell hope. And, I think that, like you said, you'll listen to any GM exit interview and you'll hear a lot of the same. And no, I mean, like you said, they're never going to paint this as a negative at all. I mean, even to address what Will was I think trying to say there, and like the trade deadline, he's not going to go up there and say, yeah, in hindsight, again, we probably should have been more aggressive, anything like that.
Did you want a media member to say, yeah, I don't have any regrets? Did you want a media member to say, are you sure?
Are you sure? Yeah. Like, I mean, what is the trade that you really wanted the Kings to go out there and make? I don't understand, because the moves that were made were Royce O'Neal for 3 second-round picks. I don't know if that's necessarily a move that makes the Kings any better. I don't know if that's a move that brings the Kings past the first round even. I mean, I think they could have been a second-round team, but it's something we've been talking about all year long. Okay, maybe they do make a big swing for a Jeremy Grant trade or for a Kyle Kuzma. Well, A, you got to give up a ton, like you said, in the middle of your season to do that. But B, like, there's no guarantee that that's putting you at the level that we're okay, you make a move for Kyle Kuzma or Jeremy Grant, and now you're a second-round exit team. And now you have no pivot moves because you just traded all of your picks. But guess what? You made the playoffs and you're in the second round, so everybody's happy. Like, how about you actually try and build this thing out and do it the right way, and don't be like somebody who's just trying to get this thing done as fast as possible because you're impatient. The Kings have they'll probably have multiple opportunities if they mess up, but you have one go at making this Fox and Sabonis thing work. It doesn't make sense to rush those decisions and to make moves that are happening because, things surprise you. You should stick to the plan unless things go completely south. And you could argue not making the playoffs this year is going completely south. And that's why I would say if nothing happens this offseason, absolutely pitchforks out, be ready to be upset. But give these people some time to fail and then learn from that. I wouldn't even call it a failure. It's just a disappointment, I think is the right term. Let them learn from that disappointment, and then maybe we can fairly criticize them next year.
Yeah, I think we are being used, maybe because we aired the press conferences, we are being used as, I guess, a sounding board for people that wanted answers that you were never going to get. Yeah. Okay. Even if you yourself were in the press conference and asked the quote unquote hard hitting questions, you were never going to get these answers. And that's just kind of what it is. From 916, let's end this segment on a good note. From the 916, Lawrence, I am just happy that we are a fun team again. Growth isn't always linear, and we did get better on the defensive end. If we get Najee Marshall and have another fun team, as a fan, I am happy. 916-339-1140. When we return, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Miniature golf has been around America since 1916, with the first course opening in Pinehurst, North Carolina, according to Links magazine. Englishman James Barber built a course in his backyard called Lilliputian. A few years later, he built a second course and called it Thistledew. Unlike today's mini golf courses, Thistledew wasn't for children. The 18-hole course was made of compacted sand and clay, making it quite difficult. Today's clown mouths or windmills were nowhere to be found, as the course featured real hazards like rocks, trees, and grass bunkers. 4 holes even required a high-lofted niblick to carry bushes and long grass. Longest hole was 71 feet, shortest was 12. Golf fanatic Thomas McCullough Fairbairn revolutionized the game in 1922 with his formulation of a suitable artificial green consisting of a mixture of cottonseed hulls, sand, oil, and dye. 100 years later, Thistledew has returned to its home at Pinehurst Resort, and guests can play the new Thistledew. Please leave your niblick at home. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey there. Wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at UpsizeMatters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco, have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at UpsizeMatters.com. That's UpsizeMatters.com.
Kevin Lewis with National Garage Door, reminding you that in Sacramento, National Garage Door is the king of garage doors. We service, sell, and install garage doors and openers. Call us today for your basketball special. A new 16x7 Rainer garage door with insulation and a belt drive opener for only $24.49 installed. Give us a call today. 916-638-4554.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Hi, it's Brian from Bennett's Restaurants. Springtime is a fun time. So to celebrate, we created a new menu of our favorites from Baja. Plenty of new food. Enjoy grilled skirt steak, wild prawns with pineapple, fresh sea bass, and a shrimp tostada with piles of shrimp. Or maybe our fresh empanadas stuffed with carnitas and cheese are more your speed. Enjoy our newest dessert, Kylie's Churros with a vanilla cream center. Visit Bennett'sRestaurants.com and come enjoy our new Baja menu today. Eat well, stay well.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Plus, with free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation today. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Sports.
Phone lines are on fire. Look, and I'll put it to you like this. When you are in a situation where your team didn't do what you expected the team to do, you're upset. And that feeling is going to leak into a bunch of different avenues. There is nothing, and I repeat, nothing, that Mike Brown, Monty McNair, Chris Watkins, Alan Stiles, or anybody else on this station can say to really make you feel better if you are that upset that the Kings are not facing the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 2, and they are at home and they are doing exit interviews, okay? That doesn't give anybody the right to take it out on anyone. And I think if you've listened to this show for the duration of the time we've been on this show, we give people very long leashes. But when it turns into attacks that are a bit unnecessary, that is where we got to draw the line, and anybody else would draw the line. And like I said, if you're new to the show, thank you for joining us. If you've been listening, I mean, we go back and forth with people all the time, but there are things that can be said without the jabs at the beginning when they just don't really even correlate to what is trying to be said. With that being said, from the 916, wow, you guys are getting mad when called for being soft. Why aren't we questioning sticking with Kevin Huerter the liability? Don't be so soft. See, there's an example because we have the power to not read these texts. I don't have to read any of these texts.
Did not.
But we read all of them because throughout this show, we have proven, or we try to prove, that we want to have conversations with you when they make sense. So to the 916, Chris and I, we go to virtually every game. We're in every pregame presser. I'm in the postgame presser. Chris is doing the postgame on YouTube. And you know what got asked time and time again? Hey, Kevin Huerter, what are your thoughts? As I recall, Kevin Huerter actually did get benched. The issue was Chris Duarte came in and he also didn't play very well, okay? Then Kevin Huerter got injured and Keon took over. Right. But when you hear somebody like Mike Brown say the same thing over and over and over again, like Marshawn Lynch, we think Kevin's a good fit. We think that Kevin can get hot. Offensively, he can do some things. Not just us. Some of the people that you listen to on other platforms, you just get tired of asking, and you want to keep a good relationship with these people because this is your livelihood, so you don't want to annoy them because they're going to keep doing the same thing. Just like Nick Saban says, I'm not going to answer, so stop asking. That's why nobody continued to ask about HB. The first half of the season, people kept saying, hey, Harrison Barnes keeps disappearing. Have you thought about maybe taking him out? I asked similar questions. Why do you ask similar questions?
One of your first questions.
A lot of people ask. He says, no, I don't think about taking Harrison Barnes out of the lineup. So why would anybody continue to ask those questions? Okay. And just realistically speaking, Brendan Nunez, who was in the building, don't worry. I told Brendan that everybody said that you guys should have asked tougher questions. I literally told him that during the break.
You actually did.
And the bottom line is, there is a nuance to all of this, okay? You can't say, hey, why wasn't Kevin Huerter good? Hey, why didn't you? These are all questions that they're just going to dance around, and all you're going to do is burn a bridge. So when people like you look to listen for Kings content, whether it's on this station, whether it's on other platforms, whatever it is, okay, you can get the right information. As I think a lot of parents have told us when we were growing up, you catch more bees with honey than, or excuse me, more bees with sugar than with lemon. With that being said, let's go to TC, who always keeps the vibes right. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, first and foremost, before we get started, hey, Alan, Chris, what's up, bro?
What is up, TC?
We're living,
Good to hear
TC.
from you.
Just living, man. Alan's finna start getting hot, bro, so get ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Bro, it's finna heat up, big dog, and you're gonna have a lot of fun this summer, bro.
He's gonna have so
Besides
much
the Kings not making the playoffs. Yeah, bro, listen, Sack gonna get fun for you, big dog. But let's check it out. Hey, they answered the questions that we wanted to hear. Everybody wants to know about Monk. They're all in on bringing Monk back. Everybody wants to know that. What other questions do we want to find out? Ask about HB Kevin. We're not going to get those answers, bro. Just know, like I've been telling everybody, this summer, the moves are going to be made, bro. That big move that everybody's looking for, it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen this summer, dog. It's not going to be the deadline. It's not going to be none of that, bro. So kick back. This season was a disappointment, bro. I'm super emotional. Still to this day, bro, I have not watched a single minute of the playoffs, bro. That's how jaded I am. Seriously, about the Kings loss. I might pick up later, but I'm jaded about that, bro. But I got common sense. Check it out, bro. Everything is going to work out for the better of this team. Monty, Mike, you got a bunch of answers. Everybody wants to know what's going to happen after Jordy. Mike told us. Luke's moving up. Doug's moving up. What else do we want to know, bro? We got to kick back as Kings fans and let it ride out. Mike, listen. If you use your common sense, and if you're a real Kings fan, not a Kings fan, I just became a Kings fan within the last 3 years, bro, since we've been relevant again. I'm talking about a diehard Kings fan, bro. I'm from Sacramento. Dog, check it out. You know how bad it's been. So talking about Mike and Monty got to go, they got to give this and that. No, bro, we're not even close to that. Y'all got to be happy that we got these two dudes out of him, bro, until it drastically changed. That's all I got, bro. Kings fans, kick back, bro, and enjoy it. I know everybody's frustrated, bro, but at the same time, please use your brain and think about the reality part. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call, TC, as always. Yeah, and I understand why the perspective thing could get tired, okay? But to your point, Chris, after 16 years, is there just a smidge? I got to be careful here because I don't even like using this word. Is there just a smidge bit of entitlement here? Yeah. I mean, after 16 years of missing the playoffs, you get, and I know that blessing and the curse, that 3 seed, we try to tell you, stop looking at that 3 seed for what it is, because that same record, 48 wins. What is that this year? 5?
That maybe got you an 8 seed.
Yeah. So it was just a different season last season. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not linear.
Put you in the 8 seed.
As somebody said on the text line, we've said it on this show before, the Denver Nuggets went to the Western Conference Finals. And then after that, they didn't get very far in the playoffs. They had the Jamal Murray injury. You could kind of liken that to the Malik Monk injury. So a lot of things happen year in and year out. It does. Please, somebody, if you are upset about what went down, and Chris and I, we are not homers. We sit there and we talk about Mike Brown. We talk about Monty McNair. Just name me the team that went from they missed the playoffs. The next season, they went to the first round. The next season, they went to the second round. The next season, they went to the conference finals. The next season, they went to the finals. It doesn't typically happen like that. It just doesn't. You get a pop here, a pop there, and you hope that you put it all together. Okay?
The Warriors were kind of close to that, weren't they?
Kind of.
Not really, because they went
second round to winning the finals.
Exactly.
Right?
They couldn't get past.
They skipped Western
Yeah, they couldn't get past the Clippers. And then the year that the Clippers, they tricked it off and lost to somebody. They ended up beating the Spurs, who were on the way out, and then that was the season they won the whole thing. But they kept running into the Clippers, and they ended up moving off Mark Jackson, but that was after a couple years. So it just doesn't typically happen like that, which is fine. Yeah, which is fine. To me, I'm just holding all of that angst and that emotion that some fans already have. I'm just waiting for the summer.
Yeah,
you roll in, and I promise you, I will get as spicy as possible. What is it? Not a Calabrian chili, but Nate, what's past the jalapeno?
Eat
the table.
a ghost pepper.
Pepper X.
Okay, a ghost pepper.
Tapatio Tuesday.
Whatever it is, we will bring one into the studio
There you go.
if no moves are made.
Yes. I promise you, no one will be more upset than me. I promise
I just know that they have to do something, but they also are not going to tell you, yeah, we're not really close.
Yes.
We kind of botched this trade deadline. They're not going to do. You wouldn't do that at your job. 916 is saying the Bulls kind of did the every season going up, but number one, that's MJ, and number two, they kept running into somebody too, and we get all that. Let's get to Jeremy, 916-339-1140. Let's get to Jeremy, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Jeremy? What you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Chris, this is mostly for you, buddy.
Okay.
I've called in 3 or 4 times. 2 of the times I called in to get on you a little bit about some things I didn't agree with you on, and I just want to say to Will, the one who called in and acted like an a-hole, I've called in and I have talked to you. I have disagreed with you, but I've always been respectful to you, and you've never run me when we're being respectful. Now, what Will needs to realize is that we can disagree on certain things, but to call in and trash you on your own show and think he's not going to get run like that is ridiculous. There's all kinds of things all of us upset about the way the season went. But I just don't understand why somebody's calling your radio show just to trash you. I didn't trash you when I called. We disagreed on a couple of things, but you didn't run me. And then I called in, and I'm actually the one who called you and then called you back and apologized to you about something that I had said because I had gone about it the wrong way. Now Sacramento Kings fans are all mad right now because we didn't get in the playoffs. But for someone to call in and trash you and because of the fact that you are somewhat sticking up for coach and for the GM, I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all. We're Sacramento. We're all supposed to be together.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jeremy.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate it. I love sports talk. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here in this chair, and this is not that serious. Trust me, this is if me and Alan get into it on air about something and we go back and forth about Jonathan Kuminga, the second we hit break, it's chill because you know why? It's not that serious. And so, yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody, but you're tripping if you think that you're going to come in here and try and disrespect any of us. It could be Nate, it could be Alan, it could be myself. We're the ones who got control of the buttons here, okay? Yeah. Don't forget that. So, we're willing to have conversations with just about anybody about just about anything, but there's a line and it's still Stiles and Watkins with the wonderful Nate Littlefield behind the glass.
Well, I think the big thing for me was just I didn't take it as you were caping up for Monty or Mike Brown simply because we were looking at it through the lens that they were looking at it through, right? I think caping would be, oh, we don't think they need to do anything. I think we all agree that they need to do something. Arguing about how you feel after a presser, that is a waste of time. Right. That is a waste of time. And
I got no problem with Will either. Will can call back, whenever he wants and whatever. As long as we keep it, above ground, I think it's fine. But it definitely got to a point where, Will likes to throw jabs. I mean, that's no problem at all. But it gets to a point where it's like, what are you trying to say? What was the point of the call that you had, or was it just to throw smoke? Because if you want to throw smoke, we can have a debate segment if you want, but I'm not just going to sit here and get told that I'm wrong and stupid and what am I doing my job for? That's crazy.
When we return, continuing the conversation, Steven, we see our guy on the line. Also, the text line is on fire right now, and the Sac Chat. We will get to everything and what stuck out to you during the Mike Brown presser and the Monty McNair presser. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Salt Lake City, Provo, Orem, Ogden, and Sandy.
There you go. From the 801. People forget those glory years, teams lost in the first round 2 years in a row before getting eliminated in round 2, then making the conference finals. Success is rarely linear.
You got to hit your head on the wall a couple times before you eventually figure out how to break through.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually how it goes from like all stances too. Like usually, very rarely do the two teams often do what the Kings did and kind of go from complete obscurity to then, I mean, we just mentioned top 3 seed isn't really what it sounds like, but very rarely do teams make that leap from 29 wins to 48 wins. Like that's a really big win jump there. So yeah, I mean, at all levels, it's really, really tough to have a linear success.
From Sam in Sacramento, Mike Brown presser was more direct and believable. Monty was nothing, but we will get into that. He didn't even get a bullet question to dodge. He provided little or no substances from Sam. Sam also said some things earlier about the media. But yeah, I would just say, Sam, to be completely honest, again, and you can send us a YouTube link on the text line. Find me a GM who's answering direct questions. Okay, they all do it. We just played John Lynch yesterday about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Okay, did he say we 100% will not move Brandon Ayuk? They don't say stuff like that. That's just what it is. Everything that I think, and maybe this is why it came off as caping for Mike Brown and Monty McNair, everything that we thought that he would address in some matter based on the questions, they addressed.
Yeah.
Everybody is on the table.
Yep.
Okay. Essentially, everybody's on the table.
Yep.
They didn't say there are no untouchables.
Nope.
All right. If the draft looks good, they will keep that 13 if somebody's willing to take it. It's all stuff we already knew, and that's his job to just convey that to us. I'm just trying to figure out what's the groundbreaking thing that people wanted to hear.
I think the at least from Mike Brown, like my biggest question from Mike Brown is what happens now with the coaching staff. I mean, and we got the answer of Luke Laux moves up the bench. Doug Christie is going to become the summer league coach, or is leaning towards becoming the summer league coach. Those are really big answers. Of course, you want to know, if there's going to be plans for next season in terms of changing all of those things. But the reality is you can't answer questions about next season because you don't know any of the pieces you're going to have, to the point you don't know if you're going to have Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, that 13th pick in the draft. Is that going to be a rookie, or is that going to be a guy that you leverage into a veteran? These are questions that you just don't know. And so if you're going to ask Mike Brown, hey, the offense got a little stagnant this year. Any thoughts about changing up the DHO so much? He's probably going to say, I don't know, because I don't know what the players we're going to have. So there's only so many questions you can ask at an end of the year press
Here you
conference.
go. Oh, go ahead, Nate.
So I just think what people are looking for is a slip up, like why people pay attention.
Right.
They're looking
That's a good
for
point.
a mistake to give insight on what's going on. And I think the perfect example just happened in the last month at the A's press conference when Vivek
But that was after during a scrum.
Yeah, and that's part of the media's job. We've all been in the room before. We've been in the room with media post game. I've been with the Niners and the Kings. We've been in with all these teams, right? It's a fine line you have to walk as the media to pry something out of them in a not indirectly.
Right.
It's so passive.
It's a dance.
Yes, you're looking, because like you said, if you just go in on somebody, even in day-to-day life, like, you're not going to get anywhere. No, they're not going to want to answer your questions. They're going to revoke your credentials. There's so many games that are being played.
Right.
It's more than chess.
And and that's a little bit of what I had kind of brought up in the last segment.
Point,
but I'll say this: if you're gonna go national treasure here, Nicolas Cage, that last question that was asked, I believe, by Jake Gaydon, where he brought up, hey. And you kind of versed it better, Chris. And we'll play all this throughout the week
for sure.
And the players' exit interviews when it was essentially the untouchable question.
Yes, yeah.
And Monty did essentially said everybody's kind of on the table.
Yeah, I mean, Jake asked him. Shout out Jake, our guy Jake, who asked I think one of the most blunt and honest questions that everybody who's complaining on the text line, I don't know how much more direct you can get than what Jake asked. He said, when we talk about the core of this team, does it feel like we can guarantee that they're coming back? Are you going to look to move on from them? And even said, I'm not just talking about Fox and Sabonis, included Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter in that question. And Monty didn't answer it. He walked around it. I will say, again, Monty's somebody who you got to read between the lines. You can't read exactly what he's telling you because it's just a bunch of word soup. And he essentially didn't say, yes, we have untouchables to what you just listed out. He said, if opportunity presents itself, we always like to be flexible. You don't know how these things are going to go. And to me, that's an answer to that question is no one's untouchable. And I think to TC and to what you've been saying, I think that's showing that this team is going to be aggressive this offseason.
It's just too early.
It's too early to know anything.
Yeah, it feels like I don't know what's more useless, some of these exit pressers or the last 2-minute report, because they're not going – I mean, you can read between the lines, but everything is so vague.
Sure.
That's exactly what they want because – this is from Beamer, Beams, or Beamley, my favorite name on the Sack Chat. Yes. GM can't just tell us the plan. Come on. Yeah, that's exactly right. And you also have somebody else that just went by. The Sack Chat is on fire right now. Yeah. Oh, it was Brandon Deitzman saying the expectations for this presser were wildly high. That's because
what was higher expectations? Expectations for the Kings this season, or for what was going to come out of this
presser if the Kings did not take care of business. And you're looking for something. You're looking for something to make you feel better. Yeah. And if he sits up there and says, yeah, we should have done something at the trade deadline, I'm pretty sure that's also not going to make you feel better. Steven, our guy, 916-339-1140. Steven, what you got for us?
Not much, man. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. I didn't get to hear the blowback on you guys, but I did come in at the tail end.
We're past that. That's the last segment's news.
Okay, yeah. That's old news. All right, then we're moving on.
That's right.
Coming after my guys like that, though, man. If there's anybody that needs to come after anybody, y'all can come after me. It's Card Wellington on Twitter. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Come after me. That's it. But yeah, man, I'm with you guys on this one, man. You and TC, man. There is no way on God's green earth that Monty is just going to be up there at the presser being like, hey, yeah, so I talked to Malik last night. We're going to re-sign him.
Right.
And you know who else I talked to? I talked to Clay. And guess what? Clay's coming over.
Yeah.
And Kevin Huerter, he's ready to go. Like, Monty is not going to do that, dude. You guys are making the amazing points, man. They're going to dance around the questions. They're going to play the general manager role. They're going to play that John Lynch game, okay? They're going to do that because it's none of our business. It really, truly is not none of our business. As fans, we're allotted so much information, but they're not going to fully divulge everything to everybody and their mama just because you feel like you need answers. Now, that's a generalized statement. Thank you for letting me have the floor. I appreciate you guys.
No, thanks for the call, Steven. I will say this quickly. Monty McNair did bring something else up, and I want everybody to just spend some time with this. Monty McNair brought up I think he said his son is in Little League right now, and he was likening it to batting averages and how, hey, even as a GM, you take some swings, and in baseball you're 3 for 10, you're a Hall of Famer. That's 300.
Right.
And as a GM, you want a good batting average as well. I want everybody to just imagine right now, or close your eyes if you're not driving, and just imagine that Monty makes a move. The Kings lose a bunch of picks. You lose Kevin Huerter at the trade deadline, not knowing anything that you know now, okay, and that move doesn't work out.
Yep.
Then Chris and I would be taking calls saying, what a stupid move.
Idiot.
Kevin Huerter could have heated up.
Yep.
What if Kevin Huerter does heat up on a different team?
Right.
You never know. Different
Don't
situations.
let it be a playoff team either.
Let's say Kevin, you move off of Kevin Huerter off a career year. Yeah. Okay, he gets hot.
He has a bad 4 months.
Exactly. He heats up, doesn't get injured because it's a completely different situation. So that play never happens. Then we're taking calls saying, how do you break up the Bean team?
Right.
How do you do that? That was a specific situation where Monty McNair, he essentially, especially with the prices on everything, he was darned if he did, darned if he didn't, because that team broke the streak of not making the playoffs. So they were stuck. They are no longer stuck. Okay. Now the gloves come off this summer. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Wednesday, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds expected. We'll have light southwest winds. Highs today will peak in the lower 70s. Overnight lows will drop down into the lower 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The 2024 Accord is once again a winner of the 2024 Car and Driver's 10 Best Cars, making Honda the winningest brand in Car and Driver Award history. Come drive it. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments. And after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tug Shed, new dog treatment sensors, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you. Lightning and the thunder. Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
2 young fathers are shot to death outside an iconic Utah restaurant.
I said, your dad has been hurt really bad.
The grief was disorienting for those left behind until one choice changed everything.
I just remember writing this letter, and it wasn't me writing it.
Can a personal decision shape generations?
We're all falling for this guy's trick.
I'm Amy Donaldson. Season 2 of The Letter, Ripple Effect, is available now. Follow us at theletterpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
With a variety of weekly promotions, there's something for everyone to enjoy at a Sacramento Rivercats game. Don't miss a Toyota Family Value Tuesday featuring $2 hot dogs and $2 ice cream, or Thirsty Thursday featuring ice cold beer. Join us on Smut Orange Fridays for happy hour and live music. And don't forget to stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with post-game fireworks. Find all promotional details at rivercats.com and make your plans to head out to Sutter Health Park this season.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's happening for Ram Truck Month?
We are very excited to be celebrating 75 years in business. And what better way to celebrate than helping you get the hard-to-find heavy-duty Ram you've been looking for less? Right now, you can save up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cabs. And with California's biggest selection of new Ram trucks, you're sure to find the truck you need.
75 years. That's incredible, dude.
It all started with my grandpa and great-grandpa's dream, and it's grown over the years to where we've had a chance to serve tens of thousands of customers and show them there's something special about Hoblet you just can't get at those big city auto mall dealerships.
Come experience the difference at California's #1 Ram truck dealer. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
8,000 total net savings after 4,000 factory rebates and 4,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 1,500 commercial bonus cash and 500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of eligible First Responder Association. 5 with this discount. See dealer for details.
Sactown Sports.
Ace on
Call
the
or
track.
text at 916-339-1140.
A question here. Someone on the text line. I was looking for Monty to take responsibility for not showing up things this year. And he blamed Monk and Herter injuries. Yeah, that's kind of what we talked about towards the end. Look, he got asked straight up. It might have been Matt George.
Matt asked the last question.
And do you have any regrets?
Yes, the regrets
on
at the
not
deadline.
making a move.
Exactly.
Okay. He said he did not. He said that if I think here's the thing, and we actually had this conversation at the beginning of the season. If the Kings are going to sit there and raise prices, okay, as a lot of teams do when they get better, if they're going to raise prices, if they're going to sit there and say, "Hey, we're building something," they in sports, there's so much of things that we believe, but things that you cannot say out loud.
Right.
Okay. Mike Brown, Monty McNair, they have to say we have championship aspirations. All right. And that's not to say that's not true. Did they think they were going to win a championship this year?
Right.
I do not believe so. Did the fans believe that they were going to win a championship this year? Maybe some, but for the most part,
And one stray player, as we know from yesterday's poll.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
And one random player. I do not believe so. So I think what I would deduct from what Monty is saying when he says, "Hey, if Monk and Herter don't get injured,
right,
yada yada yada, we're probably still playing." I think that their goal that they are not going to say out loud was to make it linear and to get to the second round.
Yeah.
You cannot tell people we're raising prices and we're trying to get to the second round. You have to say we are a championship team or we're trying to become a championship contender. But it's this weird thing in sports where you cannot talk about the process
ground, right?
of getting
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
So I think that is Monty telling you we have to say that we are a championship contender, so y'all buy tickets.
You understand that we're trying to go up.
But I think we all know
right.
that the hope was second round.
Right.
But they can't say that. Chris and I can say that. Fans can say that. Everybody else can say that. They can't say that because you can't sell tickets that way. But deep down, we all wanted just be better than last year. So I think Monty's just saying, I still believe that if Malik hadn't gotten injured and Kevin Huerter doesn't get injured, we would have been better than last year. Is that the case? Yeah. Is it a little bit of a cop-out because we'll never know? Yeah, absolutely. Sure, but I don't think that's oh my gosh. Monty McNair is the GM in Sacramento. He just never gives direct answers. Meanwhile, all these other GMs are giving direct answers. I'll tell you what, there's probably some GMs that give 2 direct answers, and they probably went out of job right now.
Yeah, no. And, Monty learned this from Daryl Morey, who, kind of goes on either side of this, where he's either way too secretive or way too upfront. And I don't think it just leads to a different amount of chaos. And so, I think if Monty has always been like this too, he never gives anything in any of his press conferences. And sometimes, like I said, you'll have to read between the lines to hear what he's actually trying to say. But, this end of the season GM questions, really the best thing you're going to get are those 2 last questions that Jake and Matt asked is, the deadline and moving forward, what are your plans? Besides that, I don't really know what else everyone was expecting. Did guys live up to expectations? I don't think that question was asked, but that'd be something I'd be willing to try and listen on. And Sasha, I think, would have been an interesting question of just how did that plan work out and what's the future there? But ultimately, I think this team is like you said, I mean, they always were going to have a cap of what we expected them to have this season. And I think that was a second round. And moving forward, I think the goal is going to be absolutely second round bare minimum moving forward. I don't think, I think sometimes you do have to take a step back in order to take a massive leap forward. And it sucks to go through, but I think that was always what this season was going to be. Not necessarily 100% had to be a step back, but this season was always going to fall short. And the goal was going to always be to make the real move for next season. I think that's still the track we're on now. And again, like you said last segment, if nothing happens this offseason, that's when I think you and I will both be on the side of a lot of these Kings fans who are really, really upset. And I don't think they're wrong for being upset. I just think that they're a little bit early to the party. And I ultimately believe that Monty McNair has done a great job of putting the Kings in this situation. You talk about batting average or Monty talking about batting average. I would say he's probably hit somewhere near 600. He's definitely has not in terms of baseball terms, but just in terms of 6 out of 10 moves feel like they go right. And that feels like I'm honestly probably giving him the short end of the stick. The only moves that I can really think that he has made that haven't worked out, he traded DeLon Wright for Tristan Thompson a couple years back. That doesn't really make sense. DeLon Wright looks great right now for Miami, by the way. And there's been a couple, Sasha maybe or Chris Duarte coming in, maybe not bringing back Terrence Davis, but all these are really, really small. So I would just say Monty McNair, Mike Brown, both won their spot of the year last year. Monty exec of the year, Mike Brown coach of the year. Can we just give them a year? Can we give them a year of leeway, please? Just allow them some space to fail just a little bit before we can them.
This year, there are some people that are jumping ahead of it. We get all that. We do not police fandom. All we do is try to harness it and get it in the right direction. And I will say this, Chris, you make a great point. As far as the linear thing, just because you missed the playoff this year, this isn't, and I'm going to age myself here, this is not Nintendo. You do not get to hit the reset, and now next season, the goal is to make it to the playoffs. No. Because you missed the playoffs this year, you have to make a bigger splash to get to – you can still set it at second round, but if you get to the playoffs and lose in the first round again, that's still hot seat to me.
Yeah,
that is still hot seat to me. Just that's not – it's not our problem that you missed the playoffs, okay? And unfortunately, Malik, it doesn't matter about, if he didn't get injured, that's all fine and good for an exit presser. That's not going to change anything besides tick off some texters and callers on our show. But moving forward, that's not okay. I got this here, Chris.
Yes.
And I know Nate will probably help me out with this. We got to get the milk available. Here we go, people. Here we go. If there is no big move made this summer,
okay,
I will get my hands. I'm looking at the Scoville. I'm on the Scoville scale right now. I'm on the Scoville scale I will get a Carolina Reaper. I will take a bite of a Carolina Reaper, get the milk available for me. If there is no move made this up, to prove to y'all that this is not Homerville, okay? It's never been, but we need to remind y'all.
Okay.
We'll set the date. What's the date? September. What do you want to make it? Just before opening night?
Yeah, before opening night.
Before opening night.
Yeah.
I will get my hands on a Carolina Reaper.
Yep.
It is the hottest pepper in the U.S., okay? And I will take a bite of a Carolina Reaper if there is no move made.
What classifies as no move?
Yes, that's what I
no
got to
big
ask.
moves. No big moves.
Stiles and Watkins. We'll be right back.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner can help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, when you buy one bottle, you can get one bottle free. A great deal to help you go a great deal farther. Find Chevron Techron and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any one of our 6,300 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
So here's a fact. 85% of the population will suffer from foot pain in their lifetime. That's almost everyone. So you'd think there'd be plenty of healthy long-term remedies, but there just aren't. Right? Hi, I'm Dan from the Good Feet store. You know, people come in all the time sharing the same frustrating story. Bought this, tried that, been there, done whatever, all different kinds of things, but all with a similar result. Nothing. A discouraging and endless cycle of disappointment. If this rings a bell, don't despair. There is hope. If you think you've tried everything, you probably haven't tried Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store. They're designed to relieve, even eliminate, the pain commonly caused by certain foot conditions like plantar fasciitis, bunions, flat feet, and others. Plus, provide better balance and increased comfort.
Do you have sore feet, an aching back, or plantar fasciitis? Then get to the Good Feet store nearest you for your free arch support fitting. Good Feet arch supports are only available at the Good Feet store. Were you recently in a car accident? Don't let the insurance companies push you around. Turn to the experts at Gonzalez Law. Our team specializes in car accident cases, wrongful termination, and criminal defense, fighting tirelessly to get you the compensation and justice you deserve. With years of experience and a track record of success, we don't settle for less, and neither should you. Visit SACLegalDefense.com or call 916-304-9187 for a free consultation. Gonzalez Law, your advocate in the fight for justice.
Hey there, wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at UpsizeMatters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco, have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at UpsizeMatters.com. That's UpsizeMatters.com.
You've been waiting all winter for the snow to melt and the golf course to awaken. It's time for your long-awaited spring golf getaway to Plumas Pines Golf Resort in beautiful Gray Eagle, California. The timing is perfect to take advantage of Plumas Pines Spring Special. You can walk the course for $75 or ride for $90, available 7 days a week through May 23rd. Beneath towering pines adjacent to the Feather River, Plumas Pines Golf Resort offers a spectacular round of mountain golf. You'll love the grandeur of the Sierra, the calmness of Gray Eagle, and the wonderful test of golf at Plumas Pines with spring special rates of $75 to walk and $90 to ride 7 days a week until May 23rd. Make your reservation at PlumaSpinesGolf.com. Whether you visit for the day or stay a few days, Plumas Pines Golf Resort will make your play memorable. Visit PlumaSpinesGolf.com and make your tee time reservations for the spring special rates available 7 days a week. That's PlumaSpinesGolf.com.
Maida Chevy saves you $10,000 off MSRP on every new 2024 half-ton Silverado, LT, RST, and LTZ in stock after rebate. Over 50 to choose from.
Exclusive, all in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See deal for details. Ends 4/30/24.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Whitey Gleason is joining us, or has joined us. Woo-hoo! From the 707 to saying it for years, Barnes is the biggest disappointment since he got here. If Barnes is still here, we will never be successful. If he is not traded, it's going to be tough to continue to support this team from the 707. My question is, 707, are you willing, I guess, if the value is down, how bad do you want him out? Okay? How bad do you want him out? Because some people think he can still be used to bring in a semi-big fish. I don't know what type of fish that. I still got to go fishing, by the way. It's almost summer. I got my license if Chris wants to join me.
No, so a lot of options around here. And make sure
I know.
You check out SEP. Before
that's right.
SEP will give you the
rundown.
That's what I'm talking about.
All the dirt.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I don't know if that's a trout or whatever.
You can even be on a show. You can call in from wherever.
I think I will.
Yes.
I think
You don't want to do that.
Okay. So, do you just want him off the squad for more to make Trey Lyles a starter, or do you? Yes, Whitey.
May I say something to that?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people on Twitter do that for different teams in different sports. It's like, all right, the season's over for whoever. Who stays and who goes? And that's the dumbest thing to say, well, this guy's got to go. You know, as if the guy is so terrible that you're better off just by getting rid of him.
That's what I'm asking. How bad do you want him gone?
That's just ridiculous in the case of Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
I understand the frustration, and I know you're not a
No,
big,
I'm not.
yeah.
And I will say, I will pretty much echo what you're going at. And I think it's one of those things where, I don't love every game from Harrison Barnes either, but you still kind of need a Harrison Barnes on the team. Now, if your problem is he gets too big of a role, that's one thing, but to your guys' point, I don't know if he doesn't need to be here in total.
Get rid of him, and there's
he's
3 wins right there.
It's
It's just like, that doesn't make any sense.
In a perfect world, you can get some value back for him, but if not, how bad do you want him gone? And going back to Monty McNair, if you want to sit there and say, hey, extending Harrison Barnes, that was a mistake, or giving him that new deal, that was a mistake, we're not going to sit here and disagree with you. The problem is you can't move backwards, right? So, again, he wasn't going to sit up there and say, yeah, I kind of whiffed on the Harrison Barnes thing. Hey, Vivek, you want to try somebody else in my spot? Like that just wasn't going to happen.
Whoops.
Here we go, guys.
But why would it be a mistake? Because they should have gotten a bigger name? I mean, I know he didn't have a great
A lot
year.
of people said you shouldn't have brought back Harrison Barnes.
I think that he was the best option of what was
I
left.
agree, especially price-wise.
Yeah.
It's like you look at Kuzma, who made $22 million, I think, as a base, and then Jeremy Grant, don't even get me started on that contract. HB's making like $18 million a year. So it's like he is getting paid less than all of those guys, but he's probably, at production-wise, he's probably lesser than those.
Yeah.
guys.
People talk like he's shooting 31%
Yeah.
from threes and averaging like 7 a game.
Right.
With 4 turnovers. It's like, I understand the frustration that he's done more, but when you look at what he does, it's just ridiculous to think that if you get rid of him, you're better off just by virtue of him being gone.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here, guys, and the more we think about it, and I know it's the base, right, Chris? So the average for Malik Monk would be that 17. But if I'm Malik, so that means next season Harrison would be making $1 million more than Malik.
Yes.
If I'm Malik, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can sit on that. Harrison can't make more than me. I'm sorry, just on principle.
Harrison has been around longer, and he's got more of a proven track record.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Not on that team.
That's a fact.
I'm just saying, if I'm Malik, that might be the case.
There are people who care about that.
And
definitely looking.
That agent is probably going to say, "You really going to let Harrison Barnes make more money?" Real quick, guys, because this is where we're at in the offseason. So De'Aaron Fox, and you talk about being a leader, and I know social media is fake, but It is what it is these days. Liked by Chris Watkins, by the way.
Really?
An hour ago. You need to be doing your job, Chris. Get off your phone. Sack fans.
Okay, this guy's tweeting about Thorm shoes over here.
That was during a break.
That's like Draymond Green saying, "Hey, watch what you say, man."
That's right. All right. Yeah, I'm on my phone a good bit. Sack fans, this is from Swipe of the Fox. Sack fans, y'all deserve to be in the playoffs. We'll get back with a Purple Heart. And he posts a bunch of photos from the season. It gets better. One of the photos that he posts is specifically with Malik Monk, just the two of them, and funny enough, in their jerseys that resemble the Kentucky jerseys. Malik Monk then takes that picture and posted it on his story. I think it's safe to say,
right. You know what?
It's looking good.
If people report as much as they do on so-and-so unfollowed their team on, then I think this counts just the same. You know, I definitely think that we can cover this in the same amount of joy. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm reading that as Malik staying.
When Malik says, hey, I could go somewhere else, make more money, and be in a worse situation, does that suggest to you that he's staying?
Whitey, what did you think of that comment? Because you can read into that a lot of different ways. Because it's the quote, if you read it as you just kind of laid it out, is I could go to a worse situation or I could make more money and be in a worse situation. And that is the quote. Like, that is, you can read it at face value and say, I could do that. Like, that could just be something I do. Right. Or he could be saying, look, I know that's a possibility and that's not something I'm trying to do.
Well, the reason I ask is because I saw today, I think on Twitter, he said that not only last week or whenever, he said that when he left the Lakers.
Really?
Yeah. I can show you. I think he said I could make $5 million more somewhere else, but I might be in a worse situation. But ultimately, he decided I'll take the $5 million. Well, I don't think he was in a worse situation.
Right? No, definitely not.
Yeah,
but he
so
might have thought it at the time.
I mean, when I heard that last week, I was like, "Oh, that's a nice thing to hear." And then I saw it today. I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Well, the other piece of this is there is the scariest option that there's more money and it's not a worse situation.
Exactly.
It's not, and we've been through. I'm surprised I don't have the teams memorized yet. I know it's the Spurs. I know it's the Magic. I know it's the Jazz. I know it's the Sixers.
Detroit.
So I think it is those five. So out of those five, Detroit, more money, worse situation.
Yeah.
Utah, more money, worse situation. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do think it's only those two. I think it's an equal situation in Philly, I think, or better. I think it's equal or better with the Magic. I think it's equal or better with the Spurs.
Did you see what De'Aaron Fox's wife said on Twitter about
the taxes?
And I think she was talking about De'Aaron and Bam.
Yeah,
she
the same money.
Make the same contract.
Same contract, yes.
He makes a lot more money. And where does he play? Same state as Orlando.
Yes.
So that's what has me most concerned.
Yeah, for sure. Is that it's not just the face value of what you read on the contract. There's also the tax side of it, which I think she said is 13%. I'm not sure if her numbers were 100% real or if she's just throwing numbers out there. But
sounds like she knows what.
I'm pretty sure there was percentage, there was decibels in there. So I think she said 13.5% is the tax rate here in California versus in Texas and Florida it's 0. So and I was kind of briefly explaining. It's kind of hard to explain, but essentially, people might think, oh, you play. I think she used Atlanta as an example. Atlanta has 5.5 taxes. California has 13.5. It's not you get taxed on that 5.5 because that's where you play. You do get taxed on that 5.5, but then California will take the other 8% and make sure you get to that 13%. So it's it's not a great situation if you're getting paid less and face value and then also on the back end as well.
Ellen, are you really taking Zach Edey with a 13th pick?
No.
Wait, where did you pin
that? Is that really what we're doing here?
I saw that come through, but
oh man,
I did not. That is not for me.
You're gonna want to tune into these airwaves if that happens. Let me tell you, I'm gonna have some things to say.
That is not my type of swag. Okay, even though he would fit what I said, you have to draft someone over. I think I landed at
6'7".
I got to stick at 6'7".
He definitely clears Luka. Luka Garza.
Yeah, I was like, in what capacity?
Yeah, right now I'm on Bleacher Report because this is what we're doing these days. Sacramento Kings taking Duke, Jared McCain, who was born in Sacramento. He did go to high school in SoCal.
Shooter.
Yes, I believe he went to
and
I don't think he'll be there unless they move up. But that would be a good pick.
Obviously, he was a freshman pro comparison. Emmanuel Quickly.
Interesting.
And he's a guy who
that's a 6 man.
He can create a little bit as well. But guys,
Not overly athletic.
6'3", 197. Yeah. You got to find somebody else. Is that the Malik?
Yes, that's exactly what
exactly. That's if Malik goes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Because free agency in the NBA happens. Oh no, it happens after the draft. Actually.
Right.
So that would be you would have to anticipate it.
You can start talking to Malik. I think around the draft or before the
Around
draft. Yeah, it's
it,
really tricky.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. You got to decide whether you're going to do the draft before you necessarily know what he's going to do.
There you go. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins.
Welcome.
Fireworks on this show today, but we love it. We love all the listeners. Thank you for tuning in. Roundtable tomorrow, and you are not going to want to miss the roundtable. You have the Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson, Nate Littlefield. Thank you for all the work today. Thank you for listening. Until tomorrow, secure the bag, light the beam.
Trying to find out where to catch your